begin and when we were streaming.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Chair, we are live. We're ready to go.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year. My name is Councillor James Pasternak, and I'm the Chair of North York Community Council, and I'll be chairing today's meeting. Clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I call meeting 29 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. The public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council live. I ask for everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. And as everyone can see, I am chairing the meeting from down the hall, not in the committee room, for safety reasons. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will be available to assist members with their devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. Then I will create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or motion, I ask the members ensure that they turn on their video to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I do not see any. If you do, please raise your hand and unmute your mic. I do not see any. So I understand there's 4 items of new business. And can I ask members to, I guess, introduce their items, and then we'll move a motion to add it to the agenda. Councillor Carroll, I have 4 of your items, which we just talked about a couple of minutes ago. Items 24, 123 Parkway Forest Drive, 2025 Community Standards for the Committee of Adjustment in Bayview Village. Review of parking. We can take them as a package?
Yes, just introduce them, sure.
Just introducing,
Okay.
introduction now. Review of parking study 699 Sheppard Avenue East and Sheppard Avenue East review next steps. That's what I have. And I would ask members to introduce these for discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so let's go to the main agenda and we'll run through untimed items. It starts at 29-8, 1265 Wilson Avenue. I'm going to hold that item down. That's mine. And I have a motion to go along with it. Now, Councillor Fillion has not joined us yet, and the next 3 items are his. Has he been in communication with any member to take carriage of his items?
I don't think he has, Mr. Chair, but they're all simply preliminary reports recommended for consultation. So can I suggest that we adopt them, and if he needs to reopen and change the boundaries, he could do so when he arrives?
Yeah, he can actually have a staff undertaking to change the boundaries without a formal motion. But he may slow down some of these preliminary reports.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
That's,
maybe we should hold. That is his personal style.
So, so I'll tell you what. 29-8 29-9, 29-10, 29-11. I will hold them on his behalf, and when he arrives, we'll deal with them. 29-12, designation of accessible parking space on Mulholland Avenue. Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation, Mulholland.
Mulholland, yes. All those in favor?
I think
Opposed?
that's a councillor recommendation, but it's based on staff, so it's move the councillor recommendation.
Okay.
Yes, combination of both.
Yeah.
Item 29-13, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking, Roselawn between Castle Knock Road and Avenue Road. Councillor Cole?
I have a hold on that, please. That's overnight
That's
parking.
Roselawn Avenue.
Sorry, anyway, I have a hold on that. I could actually release it. If it's in the old city of Toronto, I don't have an interest in it. But if it's in North York, we don't allow overnight parking, and this would be an exception to that. This comes up from time to time. Is it in the old city of Toronto or is it in North York?
Okay, it's basically,
That's
that's a good question. It's on the border. It's the old city of Toronto. Yeah.
Is
I have the
from
three
that?
old cities crisscrossing right there. Anyways, it's the old city of Toronto.
If you're not sure, let's hold it down. We'll ask questions of staff.
Oh, it is in the city of Toronto.
I'm pretty sure it's Legacy City of Toronto.
Yeah, then anyway, if they can answer that question, but I'll hold it until I get confirmation.
Okay.
Thanks.
The item's held.
Yep.
Now, I don't see, the next item is Councillor Robinson's, item 14, traffic calming Brookfield and Donino Avenue.
Donino.
Councillor Robinson?
Mr. Chair, the staff recommend this action, so I'd be willing to move the staff recommendations for her.
Okay, why don't we do that? And if she comes and has a problem with it, we can deal with it then. Okay, staff recommendations moved by the vice chair on item 29-14, traffic calming. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 29-15, parking amendment, Moccasin Trail. Deputy Mayor Minna Wong.
I'll move it.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on 29-15 on Moccasin Trail. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed? That is carried. Traffic control signals, York Mills Road and Valley Woods Road, Sandover Drive, York Mills Road, and Deerlick Court, Clayland Drive. Item 16. Deputy Mayor?
Yep.
Moved?
Moved.
Okay, moved. On item 16, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 17, traffic calming poll results, Ernest Avenue.
Move staff recommendations. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hold this. I have an amendment and to speak briefly.
Yes. Okay. So the next three items are timed.
What about 18?
However,
you didn't do 18.
Yeah, I don't think 18 is timed, Mr. Chair. I'm going to hold it. It has similar amendments.
Okay, so they're both hold. That's what I flagged both of them. Okay, we could deal with Councillor Carroll. Do you think your new items are fairly quick?
I haven't.
Well, at the very least, the first one is because it's simply a preliminary report for a development application that the staff weren't able to finish in time for print, but it's simply to order a consultation to take place.
Sorry.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I don't like these can be done very quickly, but they're not even on the list on the agenda. That's
no, they're on the CMP, but not on.
No, but the public hasn't even seen them. Public hasn't seen them.
All right. Okay. So Okay,
How can we remedy that? Actually, they are there. If the public is looking at the city's website, they are now on the city's website.
yeah, so that's how I got them. So,
Can we hold them out down? I just need a quick read of it, Shelley.
okay,
Sure.
we're holding a lot of items down. And
I'm wondering if we could, I'm wondering if just to get things moving, 25, 26, 27, I can see very much the need to read, but 24 is simply a staff preliminary report and a request for a community consultation.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, are you okay with?
Can I just read them and it'll just.
Sure. Okay, hold them
Okay,
all then. Hold
Councillor
them
Carroll,
all.
we'll hold them down for a few minutes
Sure.
and move to the untimed agenda. 29, no, we're not quite at 9:45 yet. Okay, so 29.8, that is mine. I have a motion for that item. We could put it on the screen. So I don't have any questions for staff, but I'll speak very briefly to it. I think we're going a little fast on this. We really haven't met with the property owner or the applicant. We really haven't heard a briefing from staff, and this is a fairly substantial development application. So what we're going to do is we're going to, rather than schedule a meeting, we're going to meet with staff, meet with the applicant, and then schedule a meeting. So I have my motion on the screen to take things in the proper order, so that we can be respectful of the local community. It's a very substantial development in a tight area. So so that's my motion to really get our homework done before we sort of go out to the public. I don't know if there's any questions for the mover, and if not, I would just move it. All
No
those,
questions here because I'm remembering now your difficulties at 1277.
right.
Totally understand your
yes.
course of action.
Yes, no, that's true. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, the next three items were Councillor Fillion's, 9, 10, 11.
Hi, can you see and hear me?
Oh no, you're there. Okay.
I've had a lot of trouble joining. I could hear you and see you, but you didn't know I was here.
No, we were looking for you, but
Yes, and I'm
glad-
on the wrong device, so I cannot. I couldn't join from the correct device, so now I'm in the meeting, but I can't follow the agenda easily at the same time. But we'll make do. So.
All right. Well, let's go through your items then, if you want to. 29.9, 150 to 160 Cactus Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning amendment, and rental housing demolition, a preliminary report. What would you like to do with that?
I can move the staff recommendations.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on 29.9, 150 to 160 Cactus. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2910, 31 Finch Avenue East and 32, 36, 38 Olive Avenue. Councillor
The
Fillion?
same, I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 11, 52 Finch Avenue West, zoning bylaw amendment preliminary report.
Yes, that's one that's been added. Is that right?
No, it was on the published agenda.
Okay. Yeah, staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved on item 11. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
And I believe there was a preliminary report that was left off the agenda. I don't have the address in front of me that I was supposed to add, if the clerks have that.
Madam Clerk, is there a new item a walk-on item from Councillor Fillion?
Yes, there is. It is 172 Finch Avenue, and we are just adding it now.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? That is carried. Do you think we could deal with it now, or?
Yes, it's the same. It's a preliminary report. I'll move the staff recommendations.
All right, maybe should we at least put it on the screen, or?
Sure, or you can hold it down and we'll come back to it later. That's fine. Doesn't matter.
Can we just read out the full address so that community members watching are clear what we're moving if they can't see it on the website?
We can put it on. It is on the website right now, and we will put it on the screen in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, you can hold it down till later in the meeting. That's fine.
It's Madam Clerk, it's item 28.
That's correct.
Okay, item 13. Oh no, we moved item 13, the overnight parking, because we determined it was City of Toronto.
No, we didn't.
No, I wanted to ask staff. I need confirmation from staff.
Okay, well then let's deal with that item right now. Sorry, you are correct. It was held. My notes are incorrect.
Doesn't have faith in the local councillor knowing his ward.
It's better not to rely on city councillors. Well, your original thing was, I don't know. I'll rely on that.
Okay, all right.
Maybe
So,
staff can help me out.
okay, item number 13. Questions for staff? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, is Castleknock in the old city of Toronto, or is it in the old city of North York? Was it?
Through the chair, this is for the introduction of on-street parking on Roselawn, and it is the former city of Toronto.
It is the old city of Toronto.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer.
Apologize for not trusting your colleague.
No, I said I trusted your original opinion of I don't know.
Yeah, to be fair, that was your answer, Councillor Cole. It was, I don't know.
Go with your instincts, Mike.
Well, the thing is that Roselawn Avenue intersects 3 municipalities. I had to make sure that
Mike, I'm
which end
supporting
of
you.
Roselawn it is. So
Take
whether
yes
it's
for
North
an
York,
answer.
York, City of
All right.
Toronto.
Okay, no,
Anyways,
this is
in the city of Toronto.
this is great news that we've got clarity. Any other questions for staff?
I
No?
think the local councillor wants to move this item. It's just-
Any speakers on the item? Councillor Cole, would you like to move the item?
Move staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor
James.
Robinson?
James, I may be, you know, the new ones that Shelley came forward with?
Yes.
I've read 4 of them. It's only 29, 27, which seems to be, at least my reading, a little convoluted. I'd like to hold that.
20.
So 24, 25, and 26, I don't have any objections to. 27, I'd like to still hold. I have questions.
Okay.
So,
Right.
Mr. Chair, you're up to timed items now.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I would suggest I don't need to speak to 24, and that would release the planner assigned to that application.
okay.
We're not
No,
crazy
fair.
about that application, but we've got to get the community process underway.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, councillors, we're on item 24. It was a new item. 123 Parkway Forest Drive. It was scheduling a community consultation.
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we can go back up to the top of the agenda for timed items. First item is 29-1. We have 3 deputants. Carmela Tersigni.
Rossini, no?
Tersini. Madam Clerk, do we have the deputant on the line?
Second, we are just checking. Currently, we don't see any of the deputants present on the call.
Oh, so we don't have Carmela Tersini, Lisa Gomes, or Michael Gomes?
That is correct.
And did they try to get on, or that you just haven't heard from them this morning?
It seems that Carmela is trying to get on now. I will note, Mr. Chair, as we wait for that, we hadn't officially voted on the new item NY 29.28 from Councillor Pillion. So that item could be disposed.
Okay, all right, we could deal with that. All those in favor, adding item 28 to the agenda. I believe it's a preliminary report. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, so that is on the agenda. If we're waiting for a speaker on item 1, could we go to, well, we could go to item number 2.
Mr. Chair, the speaker is now here.
Okay, all right, that's great. Thank you. Ms. Tersini? Preliminary report. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried, so that is on the agenda. If we're waiting for a speaker on item 1, can we go to, well, we could
Your
go
time
to
delay,
item
James.
2. I think there's a technical glitch here.
James, it's a parallel universe. That's the James.
I'm a ventriloquist.
Yes, hello?
Oh, Carmela?
Yes?
Oh, great. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Just wondering, I guess, at what point we're at in this proposal. Is this still something to be reviewed? We haven't received any new designs or preliminary designs or amendments to the original building design where it was established, the proposal from the builder. So the community had put together a number of ideas as to things that they would like changed at the building, but we haven't heard back. So just trying to understand what stage we're at this point.
All right. Okay, so that's more of a question than a deputation.
Well, at the last meeting, the community put forward many ideas and recommendations to the builder and to the city, and we haven't heard back since. So I'm not sure what today's meeting is for if nothing has changed since. Like, there's no use repeating everything that was said at the last meeting. So from a community standpoint, until we hear of what's been changed since, there's no need to go through all of those comments again.
Okay, well, I didn't know that there was a disconnect between the community and our planning department. We did have a public consultation on that. So right. Why don't we, okay, so if you can stay on the line and listen in, we'll go to the next stage of discussion on this item and we'll get staff to explain.
Okay, but is there just so we understand as a community, is there some kind of vote being taken place today, or is it just?
Yes, there is. It's a final report, and it'll then go to council.
Mr. Chair.
But what's the vote on?
Yes. Sorry, Carmela. Councillor Carroll, point of order.
Yeah, just on a point of order, Mr. Chair. It's awkward because the deputant wants to ask questions, but in fact, this is for deputants to speak and for us to ask questions. I wonder if it would help if I question the deputant, what are the changes she was looking for? Because this is a final site plan we're voting on, and having reviewed the plan, maybe we could ask her what changes the community was looking for, and then we could vote according to how well that was respected.
Well, the only solution, the only way out of this mess is to defer it to the next meeting.
Oh, okay.
well,
You have a
it's-
different course of action. I was just suggesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the community has suggested a reduction in the height of the building, as there's no other buildings between Bathurst to Allen
Okay.
Road that are of that height. So we were looking for something was consistent. We were willing to sort of be understanding of the fact that, yes, there needs to be a building, but nothing higher than 8 floors consistent with what's already there. So that's what the community has suggested. And as well, 8 floors facing Sheppard, but something down to 3 or 4 floors that goes facing Cocksfield, because again, we're looking at it being surrounded by lower residential homes.
All right, well, okay. So,
Could I ask one other question, Mr. Chair? Have you
the deputy?
reviewed the plan that is on the agenda this morning? Is the deputy still
Hello?
on the line? Yeah, have you reviewed the plan that we are voting on this morning? Have you looked at it on the city's website?
Based on what I see, it's not consistent with what we were looking for. So I don't understand how we vote on something where the community hasn't been given the opportunity to give feedback again. Like, you don't just put up a new design and expect the community to say yes. It doesn't align with what the community had represented. So how are we expected to vote? You never came back to the community. And Councillor Pasternak, at the last council meeting that evening, you had said that we would be given an opportunity to have a discussion with the new designs. So why is it that now we're going straight to vote? You specifically said that this is something that could take quite a while to go through the process. So why are we now at the voting stage? And I actually feel very disappointed that this was tabled for today, because you're putting it, again, without any opportunity for people to speak. Because there's nothing, again, you
Okay.
had suggested that we
All
would
right.
get an opportunity to see the new designs.
all right, Carmela,
Okay.
I know there's been a couple of
Okay,
community
those are my
consultations already. But what I'm gonna do is, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna defer this item, and if staff have not, communicated with the local community, then that's problematic. So why don't we defer this item to the next, scheduled, North York Community Council meeting?
Interrupt, we can defer, but we should check whether each of the other public speakers would like to speak on the item. And then once we find out, then we can defer the item. And I believe the second speaker is on the line. So if we
Okay,
can
they've
all
come.
move
Okay.
to the next
So let's
speaker,
hear, Lisa Gomes. Ms. Gomes?
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good this morning, and I have to say I agree totally with the last speaker, Carmela. The letter that I received didn't show any changes, nothing. It seems as if our voice was not heard at that last public meeting a few months ago. So either that was an error on your part, or our voices simply were not heard to make any amendments. Everything Carmela mentioned, I agree with, but I'm also a resident, 40-year resident in the Bathurst Manor. I'm at the corner of Wilmington and Cocksfield, and I am still very concerned about the traffic issues there. And that I haven't heard a thing about, how traffic is going to be managed in that area. So there's a lot to talk about here.
Okay.
I agree with the deferral. I agree that we need to have another discussion here.
All right. All right. Well, thank you very much for your deputation. There's a Michael Gomes here. I assume you're related.
Yeah, he's had to jump onto a conference call It
Okay.
was an inconvenience time as well. The last meeting was at night. I
All
was
right, so if,
quite curious about this time as well.
yeah, I mean, we did have at least 2 community consultations on this, and of course, my office is always open for residents to call or to email or to meet to talk about it. And traffic in the area is a problem, and we've done everything.
Yeah, I worry because I don't want to see Cocksfield become the next Codsell. And that was a huge, a very big, let's call it city mistake that was made years and years and years ago when it came to traffic issues on Codsell. If that was taken care of and looked into a little bit better decades ago, we wouldn't have had the problem that Codsell, as an example, has right now with traffic. I don't want to see Cocksfield become like that. I already have a hard enough time getting out of my driveway safely. I can't imagine a backup of 4 or 5 cars now waiting at the intersection of Cocksfield and Wilmington to make what is right now a very difficult left as it is, with the bike lanes as well. Even making a right. I'm at that light. I'm at that stop for a while before I can actually safely get out of there. I can't imagine now a building that's going to bring in a lot more people to the area. I can't imagine how this traffic's going to be handled. As well, in the past 5 years, that complex, that unit that is there right now has been virtually empty. There are a lot of tenants that have not been working. With COVID, some of these businesses, I know 2 for sure, that have shuttered completely. Doing any kind of traffic testing right now would be not valid, I would think, because the plaza as it is not at full capacity. But when that plaza was at full capacity some 10 years ago, traffic was more. Whatever traffic tests would be done now, I think, would be inaccurate at this time. Traffic really has to be looked at very carefully.
James,
Oh,
just a point
okay.
of order. I just need to understand where we're at. There seems to be like a conversation going here. Is this question?
Yeah, okay.
Is this a
So,
deputation?
yeah, thank
I don't
you.
know, but we have to have some structure to this. And if this
Could
is
we
in your
use the
ward,
clock? Could we use the clock?
Yeah, I
if
don't
this
see
is
the
in your
clock
warrant,
going.
James, maybe you should just
Yeah.
pass the chair to make it a little bit easier to the vice
No,
chair.
okay.
Deputy Min and Wong,
you.
this is the
Thank you,
disconnect.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry,
This is the
can you get this meeting under control, James?
Okay, Deputy
Respectfully,
Mayor,
very
I don't see a clock on the screen. Deputations have every right to share their views on an item before us for 5
Within a
minutes.
structure.
Within a structure, yes. And if there's
Follow the structure.
confusion on what's going on here, well, then we have to defer the item.
No, I'm in terms of, are we in a question time? Has she had her 5 minutes? Like there seems to be a conversation going. That's my point of order.
Okay, okay, understood.
Another point of order.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Robinson. I just wanted to, like, if the deputants speak this time, it's my understanding they can't speak next time. Am I wrong? And if I'm not wrong, I think that should be explained to the deputants so they don't miss an opportunity.
Yeah, on statutory meetings, that's correct.
So maybe we just make sure the next one is aware that it's only one shot at this and they might want to defer their comments.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms.
Sorry
Gomes.
to interrupt. This is the clerk. Just to clarify, if there is any new information that is presented between now and the meeting when the item is deferred to, then public speakers would be able to speak again at the next meeting.
Okay, if the staff report changes. All right. Let's put this headache away. So it's a bit of a mess here. So these deputants, I'm going to speak now. I'm not even going to ask questions of staff.
Sorry, I have a question of staff.
Okay.
And sorry, we
Deputy
should
Mayor,
check if the last deputant is here. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair.
Hello?
We can't, Madam Clerk, we can't wait any longer for Mr. Gomes.
Was that the third deputant saying
No,
hello? in
his
the
wife
chat?
has
No,
already
this-
said he's,
Mr. Gomes is unavailable.
yes, no, we've already heard that, so there's
So
no
this is
point in-
Mrs. Gomes.
Yes, no, thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor, you have questions for staff. Go ahead.
I do. There were some comments made about transportation studies, and this is a question to our transportation staff and or the planner, whoever feels comfortable answering them. Oftentimes they say there hasn't been proper studies done. We have a website where all the material for most applications are filed that is transparent, where residents can actually read through those transportation studies. Have there been transportation studies completed on this, and is this on the city's website?
Good morning. Through the chair, all of the materials have been submitted and are available on the AISC as part of a complete application. A transportation study would have been required.
So there is a transportation study that measures the impact. Now, that transportation study, did it look at pre-COVID traffic movements?
Through the chair, it's Luigi Nicolucci from Transportation Services. I can answer that question. I would have to check. My guess is that it would be yes, because we would not typically accept traffic studies that were based on traffic volumes during the pandemic. We would typically not accept that, and we would ask them to either modify the traffic volumes to reflect non-pandemic conditions.
Right. So we wouldn't look at, the deputants asked 10 years ago, we wouldn't look at that because traffic has changed over a decade. We wouldn't take COVID-related transportation data because that would reflect a circumstance that is not normal. But we would require them to look at what pre-COVID transportation impacts would be, and any resident would be able to read those or call the planner or call the transportation department and get answers to their questions. Correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, James. That was the only question I had.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I asked my question in the context of deferral. I always like to support when the local councillor needs a deferral, but I just wanted to check with staff. Are there tenants living in these buildings now?
Through the chair, my name is Kelly Snow. I'm the planner on the file. Yes, there are, and there is a plan in place to replace their housing.
Right. So I wondered what arrangements have been made for their relocation. I couldn't find that in the report. And if we defer today, is that jeopardized in any way, or would the plan in place for them proceed?
If I could defer that to the housing planner, the exact details of which they worked out with the community.
Through the chair, deferring the meeting wouldn't impact it. It's all in the staff report. In the tenant relocation plan that we worked on with the applicant, it actually goes beyond what we typically secure through tenant relocation. And so they would be providing rent gap payments through the entire construction period. And that would be impacted by deferring this.
Oh, okay, excellent, excellent. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt again, Mr. Chair. It's the clerk. Just to let you know, there is a new speaker who is calling in on this item.
Okay.
We will get him connected in 1 second, and you can give me the opportunity to speak today.
Mr. Chair, just before he speaks, the clock does appear on the television screen for if the community is watching on YouTube. So could we zero the clock and use it for speakers?
through the chair, we can do that, yes.
So do we have, I don't have the name of this new speaker. Do we have them on the line?
We do have the speaker on the line, and perhaps he can introduce himself.
Hello?
That'd be me.
Could be.
Could be. My name is Juan Knapp. I live in 170 Cocksfield Avenue.
Okay, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Did you want to begin?
Okay. I don't have a particular thing to say now. It's just that we were present at the last meeting of this project, and we expressed our concerns about traffic and height. And I would basically like to know what's going on, and if there is any changes to this proposal, which I don't see on this. Maybe there might be. I just got in late last night and have a lot of time to read this.
Okay, is that your deputation?
Pardon me?
This is not, it's not a community consultation. Was that your deputation?
No, I don't have a deposition. I just wanted to hear what changes are we looking at, if there are any, of this project.
Okay, so why don't we, I'll tell you what, can you listen in on the rest of the meeting, and I will ask staff about the changes that have been made based on the community feedback.
Okay, I will listen in, sir.
Okay, listen in. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, that's the end of the deputations, right?
That is correct. That's the end of the deputations.
Okay, so we can move on. So we've already asked one question for staff. The Deputy Mayor asked a question about transportation. Fine. I have a couple of questions now. The community is wondering what changes have been made to, as an accommodation of their concerns of this proposal. Can you identify 2 or 3, maybe more, changes that were made to the original application as a response to the concerns of the community?
Yes, through the chair, the initial height has been reduced by 2 stories in light of their concerns. And in terms of traffic, we removed the entrance off of Sheppard onto the property and just focused on the rear or the north entrance off of Cocksfield to help address some of their concerns.
Okay, were there any other changes, or those are the 2 ones, lowering of the height and access to Cocksfield?
Those were the main concerns of the community at the time, and those were the responses.
All right. Okay, so any other questions for staff?
No? Yes, Councillor Cole.
Yeah, Councillor Cole?
Yeah, just the deputants brought up an issue about traffic concerns, which are, as you know, a very common concern that all residents have when there's a development proposal. Are there cases where that you can think of where the Ontario Land Tribunal, OMB, has basically rejected a development application because of traffic concerns? Is that a common occurrence where they say the Ontario Land Tribunal, the provincial Supreme Court, as I call it, planning, where they can basically say, no, we don't accept this application, doesn't conform because of traffic caused by the development?
Through the chair, I haven't been a part of that. It certainly wouldn't be the common response. There may be instances, but it's certainly not a common reason for the OLT to refuse a development application.
Yeah, yes. So as far as you know, Guy, basically it hasn't been your experience. Yeah, I guess we're going to have to ask maybe some kind of update on this issue, maybe from staff or Albert Owski or something at the next meeting. But anyways, thank you for that response, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff?
You can put me down to speak, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, we can go to speakers. I'm ambivalent about deferral, so I'm not going to move it. And we may send it to staff without recommendation, or send it to council without recommendation. I'm not going to support it in its current form, but to address the community concerns, they asked for a lower elevation and no access to Cocksfield. The plan has a lower elevation than the original proposal, and it has no access to Cocksfield. That being said, I have no problem between now and council meeting with the community, listening a little more about their concerns, and seeing if we can tinker or tweak with the proposal after it leaves North York Community Council. So, those are my thoughts on this application. It's purpose-built rental. It's vital in the area. There has been some compromise, but I have to listen more fully between now and City Council on their concerns. So we're going to gather again on that before it's fully approved. Those are my comments. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I read this one with interest because it really relates to what's happening on Sheppard Avenue East as well. We have a similar application, very difficult situation. Similar to this one, it's on Sheppard, close to a subway, and we get that, but it goes deep into to the residents because it's a deep lot. And so that creates a whole host of problems. I feel your pain. And we have one coming up, except that we have lost control of it by waiting and trying to achieve more and more and more. It's now before the OLT, and it's across the street from Bessarion Station. I lay awake thinking about it, and so I read this one right through, and it actually has achieved some of the things that we're trying to achieve. The step down and the terracing back to the residential neighborhood, making sure that it doesn't exit into the residential neighborhood. Yes, there will be a challenge for the people who live here because they only have the option of coming out into the community on Sheppard, but it buffers the residential neighborhood. I asked about the tenants because this also includes a complex tenant relocation program, demolition program, a set of benefits that are not, I wouldn't call them bonuses. They really are needed benefits if you're going to proceed with this. The problem with deferral and carrying this on for a few more months is we've reached the point now where it doesn't matter whether it was applied for before or after Bill 108. The reality is, if it goes to a hearing, it's in that context now. We have a provincial government and a tribunal that now views people, what I think is a long way from a subway station, as being subway intensification area. And so keeping the conversation in the city's hands and achieving the reductions that we can achieve as best we can, and the benefits that are needed to mitigate in the community are best done with city planners. And the report that's before us has allowed us to achieve that. And we're very lucky. The community is concerned about not knowing what's going on, and yet they can read what's going on because this entire development has been on the city's website since this agenda went public, and in granular detail. If we delay and this ends up going to appeal, you can forget about knowing what council is voting on, because the province thinks it's just fine that the developer can say, I'll make a minutes of settlement with you in confidential in camera, and it's between us. The community doesn't even get to know what the council's voting on until after we voted on it. That's not the case here today. We're going to adopt this if we adopt this. And I have to say, I'm inclined to move the staff recommendations because that still leaves the community between now and when we go to council, where there's a very public report. And if they want last minute changes to be moved at council, they can. It's ours and it's public. If we delay today, you lose the ability to keep it public and keep the community in the know. And so looking at it in my Sheppard East context and your Sheppard West context that we all know so well, I don't usually like, I know you're in a difficult position. I don't usually like to go against the local councillor, but I'm going to move the staff recommendations, knowing what I know about the OLT and their actions of late. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Can you put me down to speak, Mr. Chairman, too? Or,
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Thank you, Councillor Cole.
Yes, I just want to follow up on what Councillor Carroll has tried to address. This is an issue beyond this application. I think it illustrates some of the challenges local residents have with understanding the new rules that are in place and the new legislation that's come down from the province. I mean, I think 90% of the people in Toronto have no idea what the Ontario Land Tribunal is, for instance, and what its role is. And they're the ultimate decision maker. Also, the second point is nobody understands the major transit station designations. That's a new provincial law or policy that's put in place, which says anything within 500 meters of a subway station, basically.
800 meters. It's 800.
Oy vey, 800, 500. Anyways, it basically means anywhere near a subway station. There's no really limits to height and density. So, and I'm not sure how many meters this is from a subway station, but so the public has no idea that these changes have been made, that basically, and the developers, they're aware of the changes, and the province has openly made these changes about the development's allowed densities near subway stations, and also the the new provincial policies in terms of speeding up development, because we were getting all kinds of pressure now from the media and the builders saying that we've got to build more faster, and we are not building enough, and and the province is listening to that and trying to encourage more development because there's a housing shortage. So I think somehow we've got to develop a more comprehensive communication plan with these planning applications so that we try to inform the public in the vicinity of a development about the new rules that are in place. And as Councillor Carroll said, local residents will say, well, reject the application, deny it. But as soon as we do that, it means that we have no say and the community has zero say in what goes on in terms of improving lowering heights or amenities or parkland dedication. We lose all power to say that. We have no say, the community has no say, yet people still say, well, reject it, reject it. So this is something that is complex, that I think somehow we've got to communicate with every development application up front and at our public meetings. We've got to do that. And again, it's very challenging because of COVID. We basically have these virtual meetings, and it looks like we're going to be in virtual meetings in perpetuity here, given what's happening with Omicron. So I think this is something we as a community council have to address in a comprehensive way to essentially try and bring the community up to date with these major changes and planning that have taken place over the last couple of years. And you know, people are stressed. They're leading their busy lives. They're working. They're raising families, so they can't be expected to know all these changes. So I think out of this discussion today about this application, I agree with Councillor Carroll. At least if we proceed with this, we have some kind of community council representation in this final decision. But if this is deferred, rejected, then again, we lose any power to make any adjustments. And we really have withdrawn from the game of deciding what goes on in this development. So that's something that we're going to have to do in a better way in a very challenging time. So I am supporting Councillor Carroll and supporting the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Just for clarity, yes, no, I'm not moving a deferral. I'm using the gap time between North York Community Council and Council to talk to the community and get better clarity on one of the changes that have been implemented on this file. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, so Councillor Carroll, you're moving the staff recommendations on 29-1. Okay, all those in favor?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor? Deputy Mayor, how are you voting?
Opposed.
Hmm?
This is on Shelley's motion to approve the application? Yeah, I'm opposed.
Councillor,
did you move to, sorry, I maybe missed something. Sorry, James.
Councillor,
Did you move a deferral? Did you move a deferral?
No, I'm not moving deferral. I'm using the gap time between community council and council to talk to the community.
Okay. Sorry, James. I'll vote in favor then.
Councillor Robinson?
I'm supporting the gap time between the two. So is there an alternate motion?
So is the gap time a motion? That the only thing that's on the floor is the staff recommendations.
Right, but nothing stops us from communicating with the
That's absolutely right.
with the community in between, and we can move any motions we want to council.
That's right.
Well, you could actually move no recommendations and send it without rec.
Yeah, that's what you usually do, is no recommendations and forward it to council. So that's why I'm confused.
So we can vote on my motion, and then we can vote on your motion if it is a motion, Councillor Pasternak.
Okay.
So do we have two motions now?
We have one motion.
Councillor
Carroll is moving staff recommendations. I will move without recommendation.
Okay.
So, Councillor Carroll, all those in favor of moving staff recommendations? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole. I'm against.
Say opposed. There you
Opposed?
go.
Okay, so I'll move the item without recommendation, so we can work on it some more.
Sorry, Councillor Pasternak, we just need to make sure that we state all the names of the members that are in favor and opposed. If you'd like me to conduct the recorded vote, I can.
I did. I recorded vote is not necessary. I did a head count, and I think we got the results from Councillor Carroll's and mine.
Okay.
So I don't think we voted on yours.
Yes, we completed the vote on mine and it failed. So can we now hold a proper
Okay,
vote?
I will
Opposed,
move.
not
I will
opposed?
move.
Yes.
It go to council without recommendation.
Yes.
Let's have a
yes.
recorded vote.
Yes, let's record that one.
Okay, all those in favor? Councillor Pasternak, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Robinson.
Done.
That was more painful than I thought it would be. Okay, thank you very much. That item's done. Item number 2 is 722 and 724 Marlee Avenue. We have 7 deputations. Is a Sean McGaffey there, please? And could you please let us know whether you're the property owner or the applicant?
Hi, good morning. My name is Sean McGaffey from WND Associates, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of the lands.
Okay, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. If I could turn your attention to my submission, which was the slide presentation, if I could ask that that be put on the screen, please.
This is the clerk through the chair. We do not display slide presentations or other visual images when members of the public are speaking.
Okay, I'll continue.
We can submit your circulation.
I will. I'll continue, and I'll just reference my submission of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're here today talking about 722 and 724 Marlee Avenue. It's located just north of Glen Grove Avenue, within the 500-meter radius of the Glencairn subway station. It's immediately adjacent to Wenderley Park to the west, and it fronts Marlee Avenue to the east. It's in an immediate context that's characterized by single detached dwellings at a variety of scales and lot widths, as well as low-rise walk-up apartment buildings. And Marlee more broadly, particularly as you move south, is characterized by a number of mid-rise development applications in various stages of approval or under construction, and as well earlier tower in the park developments as you move closer to Eglinton. Now, if I could turn your attention to page 6 of my materials, which was the official plan. I have had an opportunity to review the city staff report, as well as some of the submissions that have been made from other members of the public on this application, and I would like to just take the opportunity to clarify a few items. The subject site is designated neighborhoods. It's on a designated major street, of which Marlee is, with a planned right-of-way width of 27 meters. That right-of-way width is generally equivalent to what you see on Dufferin Street and Bathurst Street to the west and east, respectively. Neighborhoods permit buildings up to 4 stories. This has been a long-standing permission within neighborhoods. It's been solidified within numerous iterations of the official plan. And also, you know, in a post-OPA 320 context, there is a very clear distinction in the official plan that more intense development within neighborhoods is directed towards major streets, such as Marlee Avenue in this case. There is no amendment to the official plan required to permit the proposed development, and that's consistent with the opinion of city planning staff. I'm bringing this up as there's been a number of submissions that deal specifically with the perceived conformity of this project with the official plan, and I wanted to make sure that we're appropriately addressing those for you. The proposal is consistent with the housing policies of the official plan. It's consistent with the parkland policies of the official plan by providing on-site parkland dedication and amenity areas. It's consistent with the transportation policies by providing for off-street parking at a rate supported by city planning and transportation services staff. It expands the public realm of Marlee Avenue by 3.4 meters to provide a near 7-meter clearway with new street trees along Marlee in a pedestrian environment. The height is generally I'll call it a 3 meters above what you see single detached houses in the neighborhood areas at. And the mechanical penthouse is limited in its scope and centered on the building to further reduce impact. The mechanical penthouse, for example, set back 9 meters from Marlee Avenue, 6 meters from each side lot line, and well over 15 meters from the rear lot line. The building itself has 1.8 meter side yard setbacks to the north and south, with limited windows to ensure privacy to the north and south is respected. There's also a landscape buffer within each side back and privacy fencing. And one last comment on the official plan. is that, there's been a lot of talk about the application to the south in 2016. Since 2016, OPA 320 has been adopted. We've gone through 2 iterations of the provincial growth plan, a new PPS, and the 2017 coordinated land use planning review. A lot has changed, and council has similarly been adopting planning policies that are much more progressive in terms of expanding housing options in neighborhoods, reducing parking minimums, providing for laneway housing and garden suites, to name a few among others. It's my submission that the proposed development before you represents good planning and should be supported by this community council. I'm happy to answer any questions should you wish.
Thank you, Mr. McGaffey. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much. Elaine Morans?
Thank you.
Elaine Morans.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank, okay, I don't see the clock going, but first I want to thank the councillors. I know this is a difficult time. I heard you all speaking a bit before the meeting started, and I just wanted to take a minute or a couple of seconds maybe just to acknowledge how hard it is for you to sit through so many of us speaking. But please note that it's also very difficult for us to take time off work, time away from our families during the day, and that this is very important to us. I appreciate the developer speaking. I wanted to speak a little bit more on some of the issues and reference some of the documents that are on the city website. So first of all, just wanted to talk about the reality of a lot of the development proposals that the applicant mentioned that are along Marlee. The reality, what we have now are bunches of abandoned houses, some with squirrel infestations, very poorly taken care of properties that are off the market for rentals for families, which is really sad. I know that that isn't part of these proposals, but a lot of these developers, I can't speak to the Marla or whatever they're called, the raw developers from today, but what ends up happening is they're just speculating, maybe getting some bylaw changed and nothing gets built, and they're not keeping up these houses, and that really is a shame and is actually creating a blight on many neighborhoods, including the one along Marlee, and I am a local resident. The second thing I wanted to talk about was what the applicant mentioned about the parking. Looking at the transportation plan, I guess it's called, that's posted on the website, there really didn't seem to be any traffic study. At least I couldn't find one looking through. I have advanced degrees. I'm actually a professor and an engineer. Someone in the general public that is just looking for stuff on a website. So transparency clearly isn't there. But basically what the transportation plan said was that the parking will be along Coldstream and another city street where there's residents. So building all of these developments, I don't know what the plan is. It's the plan to clog up any spot in front of any home all along the Marlee corridor. It just doesn't seem like that's much of a plan. As far as shadowing goes, you know, these plans come out, they show shadowing on properties along Coldstream in the late afternoon, and that's considered okay. I don't really understand that. We did have a talk with planners. Some of us did try to reach out to the counselor. Some of us were more effective than others. I didn't get to have a conversation. But we talked about the mechanical penthouse with some of the planners. And, you know, the answer coming back was, well, they can't move it. Well, yes, they could move it and they could make it lower, but then they would have less apartments. Okay. But what's more important? A neighborhood having sun in their backyard, having their kids have somewhere to play, especially during COVID, or a developer being able to flip a property and make, I don't know, 10 or $20 million off of it. The third item I wanted to talk about was the curbside pickup. How is it okay that you're going to have a development that you say is helping the neighborhood, and there's going to be at least 14 bins, if not more, of garbage in the front of the house, garbage and or recycling in the front of the house? How is that okay? For many of us during COVID, the gyms are closed now. All we have is walking around the neighborhood. Luckily, there's still some stores left to go to, but if the city or the province has it ways, any of those strip malls that have really great local businesses will also be gone with no method of replacement. You know, I want to remind those of you that aren't aware, at Lawrence and Dufferin, when they built that monstrosity of whatever it's called, there still is empty stores at the bottom of it that were never rented out. Okay. As far as the building height, the true building height is 17.2 meters. Maybe it is only in one section, but that section casts a shadow. Okay. We're well aware of what Mike Cole said, although I think, thank you for reminding us about what the city plans to do. But Mike, any of these developers can take it to the OLT or OTL or OMB or whatever it's called if they want to build even larger monstrosities. And if we wanted to, and we want to, we can actually, you know, get involved, although of course it'll cost money and take time. So traffic study, I didn't see anything that was really clear. Bicycle safety, how? Right now Marlee is safe because there aren't any of these large places built, and there's going to be other speakers talking about what is going on as far as the setbacks, because my time is running out. But the lack of setbacks is horrifying, and saying that, well, the laws changed since 2016, so now we don't have to build along the property line of two beautiful homes that were built along Marlee is really horrifying. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Morans. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to call the next deputant, Salih Korkmaz. And I would ask Vice Chair Carroll, if she's there, to, oh, there you are. Vice Chair Carroll, could you take over for a few minutes, please?
Oh,
let's
okay,
make sure,
certainly.
Yeah, let's make sure Mr. Salih Korkmaz is available.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. You can go ahead then, Mr.
We're coming.
Korkmaz.
You have, Councillor Carroll, you have the
Thank
list.
you much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Salih Korkmaz, and I am a resident and owner of the 720 Marlee, just beside the purpose project. And first of all, myself, I've been living in this community more than 25 years, and I met with my wife. I grew two kids, just attended San Cosmo, just 2 blocks up. And I had the dream to go be house owner, and we are my wife and myself both immigrated from different country, and then we worked night shift and had a few jobs. And I had my dream and go forward, and I apply for 720 Marlee sewer for 2 lot, which was I can say April 2016, and adjustment committee is refused it, and I have the justification of refusal report on me, like it says these 2 houses. I don't know. I wish I can show the picture. This is the finish, and says they were worried about impact on the character of neighborhood. This beautiful 2 houses, and considerably weaken the establishment character of the neighborhood, and maintain and reinforce the stability and character of the neighborhood. Those are the highlighted. And again, in order to the refusal, in order to respect and reinforce the existing lot pattern and frontage in the neighborhood. These are the refusal reason for 720 Marlee application 2016. And then I had to hire the lawyer, I had to hire the planner, I went to OMB, and after a year process, I was lucky enough to get approved. And what my question is now, what was changed? And just beside me now, I cannot, my project is not, I don't fit to this neighborhood, but there's 28 units top of me. And then almost acceptable. And during the as a traffic, I don't understand technical word. You guys are more professional, but I have a hard time to get on the Marlee morning night, and usually rush hour traffic backup idling car in front of my house. And Ernest, I will, and also the biggest concern is from this project to Lawrence West, there are 22 lots waiting for, I think, on this project. And I can assure you, in a few years, those lots are joined together, one or two, and then apply for same thing or more. And what I am concerned is like this is gonna be opening the gate to Marlee become isolated from the Wenderley and running for floor. And now my 2-house beautiful project rejected. Now you accept 4 floor. Next gonna be I'm sure for 5 floor and 6 floor gonna be continue until the Lawrence West. And a QL opportunity. You cannot say, I gonna say no to you and I gonna say yes to you. And but I am thinking like we're gonna start to build the, I don't know, my word is the proper way, like the Great Wall of the China, like gonna be wall gonna run to all the way Lawrence West. And I am asking you, please reduce the height, maybe like 2 floor, make neighborhood friendly building, and respect the neighborhood building style and lifestyle.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Korkmaz. You're almost at the 5 minutes, but I will ask before you disconnect if any of the members have questions for Mr. Korkmaz.
I didn't understand what you mean.
I was just asking the members if they wanted to ask you any questions on your comments, and I see none. So thank you for your comments.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Appreciate. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay. The next applicant is Mr. Nobrega. Joe Nobrega. Is he connected?
It looks that he's not yet present. So you can
go to
the next speaker and we can return to him.
Okay. Is Sandra Diaz here?
Okay.
That's Sandra Diaz?
Yes, this is me.
Hi.
You hear me? Okay, perfect. I'm just not sure if you hear me. Okay.
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm Sandra Diaz. I've been living in this neighborhood like around 20 years. My concern is about the traffic on Marlee. That is will increasing due to the high amount of unit that they're going to develop. These 28 units in a 2-story house is way too much. And Marlee Avenue have already excessive traffic, considered that it's one of the escape routes from Allen Road, plus the normal traffic that the volume that increase every year. Adding with the development, it will be adding tremendous increase in traffic that affect our neighbor and treader to the health and safety, because the pollution for the car emissions and the noise is going to increase way too much. And consider this information. I just sent 2 pictures to prove that from Glen to Lawrence is a line up for traffic in rush hour, not right now. So adding these 28 units in that develop is going to increase way too much. And the last comprehensive traffic study was made in 2015, I mean 7 years ago, which is not accurate details that they showing right now for this develop. So if this project is poorly planned, they cannot resolve the impacts that all of us will suffer. Therefore, it's necessary to do a comprehensive traffic study before allows more develops in the area. In addition to all this, which is a lot of problems too, because they make a really dangerous street to cross and is really pollutions to will do. The high level of the building, it will block the sunlight for all many houses around the develop, including crossing Marlee, which is That is my really concern. And I'm not going to extend much. I just really want that you consider, strongly request to consider our concerns, especially for the traffic that they're going to increase and the number of units. We don't, I don't consider that it's good that they're doing the developments in the area. It's not the concern. It's the number of units that they're going to add it. And the high level of the building is not accurate with the neighborhood. And it's not safe and it's not healthy for all of us to have these developments that is not really correct planet. That is all what I want to say, and thank you everybody for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Diaz. Are there any questions of Sandra? Seeing none, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Just so you know, the submission that you mentioned, it is available to the councillors. While you can't project those photographs, they do have them on their agenda. Right?
Perfect. I just want to show you the proof of what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Nobrega here now?
No, he is not. It appears the other three speakers aren't present on the call.
Oh, okay. Well, their submissions are online. Mr. Nobrega attached a detailed written submission on the community association's comments. So that's available to councillors online. So Michelle Ganesh and Lazaro Clavel are not here either.
That's correct. They are not.
Okay, and I see the chair has returned, so I can give the gavel back to you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, for that. So I understand, Madam Clerk, that the deputants are completed. If that is correct, then we'll go to questions for staff.
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay, Councillor Cole and then Councillor Carroll.
Yes, question of staff. This is, again, is this an official plan amendment, this application?
Through the chair, it's David Sid here. It is not an official plan amendment.
So why is the official plan amendment not required for this application?
Through the chair, I think as one of the earlier speakers had indicated, this property is in a neighborhoods designation. Neighborhoods designations do contemplate low-rise apartment buildings up to 4 stories.
So therefore, because it's 4 stories in height, all they require here is a zoning bylaw amendment. Is that not correct?
In addition to the zoning bylaw amendment, Chair, it would also require a site plan application.
Plus the site plan application. Is this within 500 meters of, I guess this would be closest to the Glencairn station. Is it within 500 meters of the Glencairn subway station?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So therefore, if it's within 500 meters, what does the new provincial policy say? Is this part of the major transit studies, area of 500 meters? What does that imply then?
So through the chair, as you may likely be aware, the city is undergoing a municipal comprehensive process to identify areas around various major transit station areas. There are specific provincial targets that need to be met around these transit station areas, being 200 people and jobs per hectare. So this area, as we see it, will likely be an area that will be seeing some significant change around the Glencairn subway station.
Yeah, so what does that mean in terms of, you've heard some of the deputies talk about too many units coming into the area, especially with this application. What does that mean to trying to explain to residents? 200 people per hectare. What is that? How can we explain that in Canadian Tire English?
Well, I think through the chair, probably the best way to kind of demonstrate how that would look would be through various massing models that we would have to prepare to show what 200 people and jobs per hectare would look like from a density perspective in and around 500 meters to 500 to 800 meters, I think, as Councillor Carroll had said earlier. That work will certainly be undertaken. And when we're looking at this area around the Glencairn station, I think it's fair to say it is completely surrounded by low-rise development, and those densities for those existing areas is very low compared to what the provincial targets are estimating.
So we're obliged to basically abide by the provincial targets, which are essentially saying that we need much greater intensification and density anywhere near subway stations like the Glencairn station. And I guess on Marlee, we've got 3 subway stations. So we've got the Lawrence West, we've got Eglinton West, and Glencairn. So because of those, and then we've got the Viewmount sub entrance there to the south. So we actually have 4 subway station entrances, one being, sort of a backdoor entrance to the Glencairn. But anyways, so we're essentially obliged by new provincial policy to increase the densities and the number of whether it be townhouses or high rises in this area, if we're going to abide by the new provincial targets.
Through the chair, I would say that, that work will have to be undertaken to see exactly what that density will look like. But my sense is that it will increase from what we have right now in terms of these existing neighborhoods. I think that's a fairly accurate statement.
So these single family homes that are left on Marlee, and these are what this development is replacing, will probably be a thing of the past given the new provincial designation of this as being in proximity to a major transit station.
Yeah, so through the chair, I mean, we will, as part of that exercise, we're obligated to plan to achieve those targets. Obviously, there's no requirement to force people to sell their homes, but there will be a target that we are planning to achieve around these subway stations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. That was your last question. Any other questions for staff on this item? Councillor Carroll?
So if I could just ask you to repeat, because Councillor Cole did ask that there's a submission from the community association. I would assume they were, in fair numbers attending the community consultations, but they have a very firm statement at the top of their submission that this building does not conform with neighborhood zoning. Was it made clear to them that under our guidelines that it does, in fact, low rise is part of neighborhood zoning if it's fronting onto an avenue?
Through the chair, I'm just going to turn that over to Al Rozovsky, as he would have been involved in those meetings.
Yeah.
Good morning. Yes, they were involved in our formal community consultation meeting, and also we've had some discussions with them. The nature of reading their correspondence, the application does conform with the official plan, as it is a 4-story apartment building within a neighborhood designation. It is an application to amend the zoning bylaw. It does not meet the height requirement of 10 meters. It is a bit higher than that, has been indicated by the applicant for this application. So there are modifications both in terms of height and building setbacks that are being pursued by this applicant.
So that highlights probably that's as a result of the mechanical penthouse issue that the resident mentioned. That's probably what takes it over.
No, actually, the 4-story building is 13.6 meters, so we're about 3.6 meters above what's allowed under the current zoning.
Okay, and last question: what we just heard from Mr. Sitt is that under the province's new guidelines, this neighborhood will see a lot of change. if we approve this building today, and the applicant builds it in fairly efficient time frame, is that a benefit? Does that give us a low-rise precedent that we can try and hold on to?
Yes. Yeah. So within this area, we have a variety of mixed-use apartment neighborhoods and neighborhoods designation around the Glencairn subway station. So for the neighborhoods area, we're looking at gentle or sensitive infill that could occur within the neighborhood designation, and a 4-story apartment building is exactly what we want in this area. And we are trying to consolidate. There are a lot of benefits that come with this type of development. We're consolidating driveway access. So there's reference to traffic concerns on Marlee, and that certainly would be addressed by providing consolidated access for this site.
So I could say, if only someone had built a building like this in the last 5 years at Bayview and Sheppard, my life would be different.
Yeah, so I would also add to David's comments that this process would be going through, studying this area would be similar to what we did recently for Lawrence Avenue West between the Allen and Bathurst. On the south side, we looked at the single detached lots, and it's a very similar situation. A lot of those homes were being used for business purposes. Some had become rundown, some were actually vacant at some points. So we looked at a form of gentle intensification within that area, and that's what we'd be looking at within the neighborhood designation along Marlee.
I see. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? No?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. We do have 2 public speakers that have now called in on this item, and as it's a statutory item, you may wish to hear from them.
What's the will of committee? Do you want to vary the procedures to allow these 2 deputants to speak?
Yes, let's vary the proceedings. Let them speak.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, let's, are they on the list? Is it Michelle
They
Ganesh?
are. So we believe, although we will need to double check one of the phone numbers. The first one is Joe Nobrega.
Okay.
And the second one is Michelle Ganesh.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Nobrega? Mr. Joe?
Hello?
Mr. Nobrega?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, you have
Good
5
morning
minutes.
to all.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to start off by saying that we have reached out to the councillor's office, the planning department. We understand that this site needs to be developed, and we've proposed a couple of minor changes, and unfortunately, we've received no feedback. So if you accept the premise that the official plan is the rule book by which planning decisions are made, and you sincerely believe that all Toronto residents and taxpayers should be treated equally, you'll understand why there's so much concern about this development today. We've outlined a number of things. Like it's been pointed out, this is a designated a neighborhood. The application does not provide a modest intensification compared to the homes, single-family homes, and we've tried to address that. The density is 5 times what is currently there or allowed. The property line has been pushed forward towards the sidewalk by 1.5 meters, therefore creating a safety barrier between 722 and 720 Marlee. We've asked that that be addressed. The total height is, in fact, 17.2 meters, and the official plan for the area is 10. And again, we've been willing to compromise on that, but we haven't received any positive feedback. Is it possible for you to take a look at page 3 of my submission? Or can you put it on the screen?
No, we can't put it on the screen, but
okay, but you can look at
it. All councillors would have a copy of it.
Okay, so if you can look at page 3, you will see a picture of 718 and 720 Marlee Avenue. Those were recently constructed. Now, when those buildings were just finally being with the finishing touches on it, a sign went up beside 720 Marlee at 722 Marlee. This sign went up in February 25th, 2021, almost a year ago, giving the appearance that this project had been approved. Also at that time, the application sign was removed. So people in the neighborhood already thought, what happened? I know, I just blinked and all of a sudden this application is approved? Like, how is that fair? This is very deceiving. We brought this sign installation to the attention of the planning department. No response. We had to contact city bylaw, and we spoke to Mr. Ted Van Vellet. It's on the document I sent out to you, and he spent from February 25th to July 6th trying to get the sign down. It finally came down in July. How is that allowed? How can that possibly happen, that we allow an illegal sign to sit up there for months? If you can go to the next page, which is page 4, you will see again the picture of 718 all the way to 722 Marlee, and you can see how a 17.2 meter building is going to have some serious impact on their neighbors. There's a picture here of the neighborhood, and you can see that all the buildings in this neighborhood are 10 meters high. And again, we accept the fact that there has to be some give, and we've tried to see if we can't find some common ground. If you can go to page 5 on here, this is a discussion I have had with planning on several applications. Marlee Avenue, according to a City of Toronto document dated 2018, is a minor arterial road. In this planning report, the planning department says that Marlee is considered a major street. What does that mean, considered? It's not a major street. It's an arterial road. And they're using this argument to try and justify the added density and the added height. And it's just completely unacceptable.
If you could wrap up, please. I guess you're wrapped up.
What? Yeah.
You're wrapped. No, you're out of time. So
I got 15 seconds. We're just asking for a level playing field, and we ask that you treat new applicants similar to the way other applicants are treated, and we ask that you delay this or give us an opportunity to make some changes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much, Joe. Michelle Ganesh?
Hi there, good morning.
Hi, Ms. Ganesh. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry I couldn't join earlier. I had just actually got given the link to join in. So I'm just speaking on behalf of myself and my family. We are very new to this neighborhood. We just purchased this home about 5 months ago. You know, we have a very young family. I have a 6-year-old son and a newborn. And of course, when we first purchased the home, it was the intention that we're starting a new life with our family. I work as a registered nurse, and of course, safety is very, dear to me, of course, especially when it comes to my own family. And I've noticed that the safety in the area that we live in right now, the intersection of Glengrove and Marlee, it's unsafe. I mean, I've witnessed so many accidents, and my point is, because we're building this new development close to us, it's going to add more population to our area. We're unsure of how many families are going to be there. It's just going to add more traffic. I know this has all been touched on before, but it's only because I wanted to speak earlier. But as I said, I hadn't given the link yet. So my concerns are the safety behind it, and especially with, I know that when they want to build the new development, that apparently it might be in front of our, more protruding more to the east of our home. So like backing out right now onto Marlee, it's almost like having anxiety attack all the time because of there's no stop in traffic here on Marlee, except for that crosswalk that is closer to Wenderley, which even when you press the button, people are still speeding through, because for a 40 zone, I feel like we need like a speedometer camera in this area, because I am so disgusted at how many times I've almost been in an accident with my 2 children in the car in this area. And my concern is adding more population to the area. It's frightening, to be honest. As I say, we are a young family. I've actually touched base with talking to the city about if we can have like a speedometer camera there. There needs to be some like slowing down in traffic here, whether it be a stop sign or a stoplight or even a crosswalk on Glengrove. Getting my son to Glen Park Public School, we have to either walk to Glencairn, the stoplight there, or go cross at the Wenderley crosswalk, which cars are still honking at you. So being new to the neighborhood, I'm hearing what others have had to say about this new development, and now that it's starting to affect me, because we're here fresh. Like, we've come fresh into this, and now we're, bombarded with like these issues now that are going to happen with this new development coming. And I understand, one as well is privacy. Like, I know that I am not living at 720, but they are still my neighbors, and I understand their concerns. I find that with being a young family, we enjoy going to that Wenderley Park behind us here. It's safe. My son enjoys it. My husband, we're there almost every day. And so I feel like the privacy now, just having I guess it's called the stack condo, higher than us, I just hope they're going to be overlooking into our backyards. Like, it's just that I know that it has to still proceed, the development, but as you can hear, like what Joe has spoken and Saleh Korkmaz, you can see like if it can be lowered, and there needs to be some more safety in this area in terms of traffic. It doesn't make sense that I think past Glencairn going south, past Marlee going south on past Glencairn, there is a stop speedometer sign there, because I had even talked to Toronto Police Services about this. And it doesn't make sense to have one there because there's a stop sign. So it's not showing a true speed of a car because they've just stopped. So I'm hoping that we can get something like that here at Glengrove, just so you guys can see the traffic problems in this area and the speeding and the cars racing at night. And now you're going to add how many more homes that you guys have proposed to the same area. I'm just speaking from a safety perspective for my young family. And the fact that, as I say, like even just backing out onto Marlee, I know I'm being repetitive, it's such a high safety problem, like just backing out of my own house. Okay. I know I'm probably at my time.
If you could wrap up, Michelle.
Okay, I just appreciate that you guys are taking the time to listen to what I'm saying. But if you can take my safety concerns into consideration when you make the final decision on this home.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. And I think I heard in the early going that you're a registered nurse. So on behalf of my colleagues, I'd like to thank you. I don't know what role you play, but I'd like to thank you very much. I thank all.
Yeah, luckily, thank you. Thank you for that. Luckily, I'm on maternity leave right now, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a most difficult time, and our frontline medical workers are truly our local heroes. So, any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you, Michelle.
No problem.
Now, refresh my memory. We varied the procedure. Were we finished questions for staff? Was there anyone else who had questions for staff? No, we're good. Speakers? Councillor Cole? Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pasternak. And again, I want to thank all the speakers that took time out to raise their concerns about this development, 722, 724 Marlee Avenue. For many of you know, Marlee Avenue has a long history of dealing with traffic, that's for sure, as a result of the unfinished Spadina Expressway, the Allen Expressway. So Marlee is taking the brunt of the tens of thousands of cars. So that's been going on since the days of Esther Shiner. And so it's always been a challenge, to say the least, to deal with traffic. And just to mention that we have installed new traffic signals on Marlee at Viewmount. They went up in June of this year. So that's been very helpful. It's right adjacent to the St. Cosmas Danish School. And secondly, we have had the speed cameras on Marlee. But as you know, there's not enough of those to go around. So we've had to rotate it out. But basically, it's an ongoing challenge dealing with traffic. And then the other conundrum is, I know the one deputy was talking about backing out of her driveway. And this is the problem on Marlee, is that you've got still all these driveways that back up onto a major street like Marlee with all this traffic. And that's why at least this development has a consolidated access to Marlee. And as our general manager of planning there, Al Brzezowski, said, this is one of the benefits of having a consolidated access and entrance point to residential development, and this development is doing that. You know, I know there's objections here to the height and the number of units. I know 28 units. The reality is that what we're seeing as a result of the new provincial policies about 500 meters within a transit station, and this development is within walking distance of 3 transit stations. So, and certainly within the 500 meters. So what we're seeing is, never mind this 4-story application, our challenge in Marlee is dealing with the applications that are coming in now at 10, 12, 20, 30, 40 stories as a result of the new provincial policies. The fact is, we're being told we don't have enough density, we don't have enough housing, and we're now asked to put 200 residents per hectare, and Marlee is going to see a flood of these developments. Our challenge on Marlee will be to keep, it would be wonderful if they were all 4 stories high. 4 stories would be a real welcome, never mind 4. I'd like to have mid-rise, 8, 10 stories, but now we're seeing developments coming in at 3, 4 times that. And we are trying to do our best planning, or we're looking at ways of dealing with this flood of applications, which is occurring not only on Marlee, but everywhere in the city. But certainly on Marlee is one area where there is a definite interest in development. But we are trying to essentially provide housing, because we keep being told we're not building enough housing, we're not allowing, we're too slow. Now we got local residents saying, well, this 4-story development, which is just a zoning bylaw amendment. It's not even an official plan amendment because it comes within that range of a zoning bylaw amendment. That's too much. So there is a very challenging reality we're facing, and we are trying to essentially accommodate the provincial mandates of providing with housing at all, you know, and then on the other hand, the planning staff is trying to get the best they can out of these applications. And I think planning staff has worked with the applicant, and we've got a reasonable proposal here. It's by no means perfect, but at least the applicant didn't go to the Ontario Land Tribunal and essentially get this rubber stamped. So we still have some ability to work with the applicant to do some refinement here, but it is a reasonable application. Again, but my concern is the flood that's coming beyond this application. So I will be moving support of the staff recommendation on this item 29.2.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other speakers on the item? Okay, Councillor Cole has moved staff recommendations on item 29.2,
Sorry
720.
to interrupt. I believe Councillor Cole may also have a supplementary, an amendment to move the supplementary report recommendations.
Oh, Councillor Cole,
I was told I didn't need that. Can that be clarified? Whether from Mr. Rosowski, do I need that supplementary amendment? I was told I was, and then that I wasn't required. What is the latest?
If it's a complicated answer, I'd like to hold the item down. If it's a 2 or 3 word answer, then we can proceed.
Yes or no would suffice from Mr. Rosowski.
Yes, we still need it.
Okay, then
Okay.
I'll move the supplementary amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Okay, so Councillor Cole has moved the staff recs plus a supplementary. All those in favor?
Can we put the supplementary amendment up, please, on the screen? So people can see it.
There we go.
Okay, this is an amendment recommended by planning staff to add to the application. So, I'll
So it
move
looks like okay. So it's a technical amendment. Okay.
yeah, it's a technical amendment. I'll move the amendment as proposed by staff also.
Madam Clerk, can we take it as a package or you need a separate vote on each?
You can, it would probably be more transparent to do one at a time.
Okay. All right. So let's do the supplementary and then the main item as amended. All those in favor of the supplementary report that just appeared on the screen, opposed? That is carried. And the item is amended. All those in favor, opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. 29.3.12 to 24 Leith Hill Road, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. We have a number of deputants on this item. Michael Goldberg, I believe you're the applicant or the applicant's representative.
Yes, hi, good morning. It's Michael Goldberg from Goldberg Group. Thank you very much.
Hi, Michael. Good to hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I will take less than 5 minutes, folks. This is an application that was filed 4 years ago to add rental housing stock onto an existing rental housing property. There's a 9-story building that is now proposed. It was higher before, and some townhouse units. This is an applicant who has continued to work with staff and particularly the local councillor as well to try to arrive at a built form and standards relating to this that are acceptable and appropriate for the context. It's a 9-story building, well set back from the street, adjacent to a 16-story building. This application over the 4 years has not been put under appeal. We've been continuing to try to work cooperatively through the process, and I think we've arrived at a solution with the local councillor, with the reduced scale of the building and the setbacks and separations that are now being proposed, which are not inventing the wheel at all, members of committee. They really are appropriate for the scale of the building and the positioning of the building. You'll see from the adjacent landowner through Mr. Bronskill that he has no objection to the approval of the application, and all the other appropriate studies have been filed. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions that any member of committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Any questions for the deputants? No, I don't see any. Thank you very much, Michael. Elsie Helen Jennings. Miss Jennings? No? Okay.
I defer to Michael, yeah?
Sorry? Okay, Gabriella.
Councillor Pasternak, I believe the resident is on the line.
Oh, okay. All right, great. So, Ms. Jennings?
Hello, Elsie, is that Elsie Jennings?
Hello?
Ms. Jennings?
Hi. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
thank you for joining us.
I'm, thank you. I'm deferring to Michael Young. I'm part of YCC 929. So Michael Young is going to represent me. I'm one of the board of directors for YCC 929. Thank you.
Okay, so is this Michael? Michael Yang?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, he is already registered. He's later on in the list.
Yeah,
you hear
I
me?
see him.
Ready.
I see him on the list. Yeah. Mr. Yang?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Yes. Well, I'm the president of the board of directors. So I represent York Condominium Corporation 99, which is a low-rise townhouse condominium consisting of 160 household units west of this development at 12-24 Leith Road. Our townhouse condominium, together with 12-24 Leith Road, is situated at a congested and very busy area in this location. There is a church, St. Timothy's Catholic Church, directly opposite our location at 10 Leith Road. And during church activities, mass and so on, the road is very congested. There's a lot of parking along the road. Their car park is not sufficient. It causes a lot of inconvenience to the residents at Tandy Hill. There's also an elementary school situated beside the church, which is St. Timothy's Catholic Church School. And further down Leith Road, there's another school, Darlington Elementary School, situated at the end of Leith Road, with the Shaughnessy Boulevard and Darlington Road as its boundary. To the west of this location is Fairview Mall and a Fairview subway station. Now, on this issue here, on the subway station and the change in the provincial law of allowing unlimited density and height, this is something new to me. This is the first time I heard about it. And I think any proposals of amendments and policies that affect this community, such provincial laws and changes should also be highlighted to the residents so there is no confusion. Right now, I'm not so sure about this law, and I would object to any proposal to approve such a move without first having seen what this law implies. The other thing that I have objection to is I heard Mr. Michael Goh, which is representing the developers, saying that there were no objections to this development. No. I was with the board of directors at the meetings previously, I think 4 years ago, and we, at the meeting, in fiscal meeting, presented our objections to this particular development. The reason is that we made a couple of representations. One is that it would severely impact the property that is adjacent, which is 10 Diesel Road, and also all the traffic congestion that will arise. York Condominium Corporation has 6 addresses: 10 Diesel, 6 Leith Hill, 125 Shaughnessy Boulevard, 9 Esserbrook, 15 Esserbrook, and 25 Esserbrook. We had many reports of our residents exiting at the Esserbrook area where they were near collisions due to the parked cars and due to the speed of traffic. We also have a lot of children going to school every day. Of course, not during this pandemic situation, but during the pandemic, before the pandemic. And we noticed that there have been a lot of complaints about safety and heavy traffic, pedestrian traffic on load on those areas. There's also the changes that were made to Shaughnessy Boulevard that had a median created in the middle. And this has caused a lot of congestion at the traffic, not traffic stop, but the stop sign at Leith Road and Shaughnessy. You can see rows and rows of cars stopped before they can pass because of the children going to school. And this addition of a block of 9-story condominium plus 48 new units will cause much heavier traffic congestion and movement in this area, and is also a safety hazard. Now, we understand, I've read the report from the planning, city planning of North York, which has proposed that this amendment be rejected. I've seen that, and our condominium corporation, YCC 99, with its 160 household units, support this proposal to reject this zone amendment and bylaw amendment, that the council accept the proposal by the planning, city planning of North York, and refuse and reject this proposal. We also notice that this proposal is not fully thought out through, because the only benefits the addresses of 12 and 24 Leith Road. It does not benefit the rest of the community, which covers a much bigger area than 12 and 24. And any such zoning changes should take this into account and plan for any developments that will be of benefit to the whole block. This is one block bordered by Leith Road, Shaughnessy, and Estabrook, and Don Mills. That the planning should be done in such a way that it is rational and that it will be of benefit to all the residents in that block area, and not just 12 and 24 Leith Road. Okay, so this is all I have to say, and thank you very much for listening. And I strongly object to the fact that there were no representations before on this matter. It was represented. I do not understand why it is not recorded.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
They were me. Okay.
You're well over
all
your
right?
time. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Yang.
you very much. Thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
Oh no, you're very welcome. Thank you for participating. Any questions
Yes,
for the
thank you.
deputant? No? Okay. Now we'll go back up to Gabriella Fozonagi. I hope I've got that name correct. No? Do we have Miss Fozonagi on the line?
Do you have them on the line?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Gabriella.
Yes. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity for me to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I would like to thank Mr. Yang for speaking up for our community of the townhouse complex. So a big thank you for that. I would like to just add that I've been living in this area for over 30 years, and the area is fast growing and changing. And I have learned that there is a new bylaw that in the vicinity of the TTC exit or entrance, either 500 or 800 meter, the density will be changed as the province is promoting these changes. It would be nice to clarify, is it 500 or 800 meter surrounding the TTC entrances? I am really concerned how the population is growing in Toronto, and the infrastructure is not really ready to serve this community. I'm talking about not enough doctors, grocery, and the schools. Traffic is increased, and along with pollution is increasing. I've been using the TTC over 30 years, and it wasn't the easiest ride on a daily basis. Even pre-COVID, when I was coming home from work, there were 3-4 layers of passengers lining up at Yonge and Sheppard station, which is just showing that the TTC service is not able to handle this population, and it's not really desirable. So by building new buildings and townhomes in my neighborhood, I can now just imagine how the picture is going to look like in the next few years. Also, I am concerned about my privacy because these townhomes are going to be built parallel to my townhome row, and I just can't imagine how 48 new townhomes going to be fit into this small plot of the area, and it's going to disturb our privacy. I can foresee that already. That's all I wanted to say, and I thank you that you listened to me, and thank you for the opportunity. And I am really opposing this new building planning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriella. You've actually identified some major growing pains for the city in your short speech. Councillor Carroll, some questions.
Yeah, I do still, well, I have to pose it as a question, Gabriella, because the rules are you speak and then we ask questions, but so I have to ask it as a question, but it's really to clarify for you. Are you aware that the new policy about subway intensification, whether it's 500 or 800 under the new policy, are you aware it's not really material in this application, because this application is slated for intensification under the old policy. It has been eligible for that since the opening of the Sheppard subway and the adoption of the official plan then. Were you aware of that?
Well, I am aware that I can fight my fight, and
Yes.
above me, people will make decisions. But also, as the community member, I would like to be heard. And,
oh yes. I'm just asking a question. You absolutely are. Your deputation is much appreciated. Just asking a question of whether or not you were aware of that, because during your comments, you did say that you would like some clarification about that. And so, while I have to pose it in the form of a question, what I'm really trying to do is provide that clarification.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, that is
also,
the dilemma we're in. That this was actually slated for intensification from the previous official plans,
okay,
even
also,
before the
maybe
province
you can answer to me, what is
them.
the population now? Because I hear that 200 people per square hectare. What is the population now in my neighborhood?
That's not a number I have to hand. I don't want to make one up, but certainly can get it for you and provide it to you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriella. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fozo-Nagy. I have Neil Todd next on the list.
I believe Neil Todd is not present.
Okay, Laku Rar?
He is also not present.
Okay. Questions for staff? None? No? Speakers? Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will speak to this to clarify for the deputies. It's awkward because this was applied for so long ago and so much negotiation went on that some of the speakers did attend those meetings, but may not be aware of the amount of negotiation that went on. This is one of those really difficult dilemmas, and again, similar to my comments about one of your applications in the West End, we always face the dilemma of what can you achieve using city policy and city planning, and try and keep the conversation as open as possible, and one that the community can see unfolding, versus ending up before the OLT. The application before, you may remember, came to you early last year, before March break even. We had it before you. And staff were refusing at that time. They had made reductions. This conversation started as a 14-story building with inadequate separation distance between the existing building on the site and the new building, very problematic setbacks, and townhouses really in the wrong place. The site wasn't even organized properly. It has gone to a reorganization of the site, but staff were hoping to achieve what's before you today, getting it down to 9 stories, getting the separation distance in place, the site reorganized. When it came to you in I think March last year, they were recommending refusal because it was still 11 stories, and it was it was still challenging in some ways, and because they were still arguing about the building height and mass, a lot of the details that you see in today's report had not yet been agreed to. Today's report is before you because staff are now prepared to sit down and work out those details with the applicant, because this applicant, rather than take that refusal and just go straight to the OLT, decided to continue to try and collaborate with staff. So we are now at 9 stories. And as you can see from the recommendations, there are a number of things that have to be worked out: traffic access and egress and loading, and etc. They are willing to sit down with the approval. So what we have before us is an application that is reduced by 25%, has a number of its most glaring issues resolved. And while it is not ideal for the community, what I really would worry about is if this did go to the OLT, as I outlined earlier, this would become an in-camera conversation. Under provincial policy, the developer could, rather than collaborate, could just become entirely legalistic and work to a minutes of settlement. So all of these details that are yet to be worked out for a notice of approval conditions become conversations that are quite private. The biggest concern that I have in the neighborhood is infrastructure. They're right to raise that concern today. The happy news is that as the density is filled out, the market has now followed suit. So we've gone from having a reduction of grocery stores in this neighborhood when I started to one that is opened in a matter of weeks and another that opens next year, 2 grocery stores coming back to the neighborhood. School capacity issues had positive comments, particularly by the time this building is built, because the current population boom is through. And so a number of the issues that were there, and glaringly so, at the beginning of this process that started back prior to the last election, to now have been addressed, such that all I can say is that while the community may find it hard to appreciate, because this is going to represent another big change in their neighborhood, so it's hard to appreciate in that context, but many of the issues that would have really been issues for them have been resolved. What I'm happy about is that the context of this building is much more satisfactory for the neighborhood than what's happening on the south side of Leith Hill, between Leith Hill and Sheppard, where 3 applicants with existing apartment buildings went straight to the OMB and got 33 stories each. So this is a better future for the peanut than what we see on the south side of the street. I hope councillors can appreciate that and support today.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers on the item? No. Councillor Carroll, are you moving staff recommendations?
Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay. All right, staff recommendations being moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 29.4, Sheppard Willowdale Secondary Plan Final Report. We have 2 deputants. Mrs. Francesi.
I believe this deputy is not present.
Okay. Isaac Tang?
Isaac Tang is present.
Okay, Isaac, are you the applicant's? Oh, wait a minute. That was the secondary plan. You're from Borden Ladner? Mr. Tang? I don't think we have Mr. Tang on the line. Okay, questions for staff?
I have a few
speakers.
I have some questions.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I think it's section 9. There's some discussion about bike lanes, correct?
Are staff on the floor? Staff?
Sorry, through the chair, that's correct, Deputy Mayor.
So, and this is supporting the use of bike lanes on Sheppard, is that correct?
That's correct. There's also a map attached to the secondary plan.
So there's also a consultation taking place with regard to bike lanes, is that correct?
I believe that's also correct, Deputy Mayor.
How is it consistent when we're in a consultation asking for people's opinions? We have a matter before us asking to move forward with bike lanes when that consultation has not yet been completed.
Probably turn that over to my colleague Jenny, who's probably had more discussions with the cycling group.
Hi there. Yes, so this secondary plan is a long-term policy document that spans over 30 years or more. And the provincial policies, as well as the official plan policies, they have policies that would like to reduce the reliance of vehicles and to make active transportation more viable. And so this is what this policy document does. It is trying to rebalance Sheppard Avenue east to a complete street. Complete street guidelines were approved by City Council that also encourages that we make attractive choices for pedestrians, vehicles, and transit users. So through this area review, we have worked with our transportation colleagues as well as a cycling team. We are promoting active transportation. We have looked at rebalancing the right of way, but we conceptually on a more.
If I can interrupt, Mr. Chair, she's not answering my question. My question was, there's a consultation taking place. This report is asking for a decision to move forward and approve bike lanes, the use of bike lanes on the street. How are those two things consistent? The consultation has not finished. Consultations are about listening to people and then acting upon what they say. We haven't finished that process. How is that consistent, having a consultation that's not yet finished, yet now asking for a decision to be made, upon which a cornerstone of it is listening to what people have to say?
All right, so Deputy Mayor, what you're saying is there's consultation going on with cycling infrastructure.
Yeah.
Here before we have the Sheppard Willowdale secondary plan, which does a complete streets plan. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is the community has been engaged, and some say insufficiently, with regard to putting bike lanes on Sheppard, right? And we haven't finished listening to them. Yet here we are, the city is proposing to allow them. How can you allow
Councillor,
them?
maybe I could.
He hasn't finished the consultation.
Councillor,
Right.
Guy Matthew from City Planning. Maybe I can help out a little bit. I mean, this certainly wouldn't be the first secondary plan that has cycling indicated before the detailed design work of the cycling is done. This is a policy direction on cycling, whether or not it's paint on the road versus separated versus those things all need to be looked at as far as like the larger corridor design goes, and that consultation can continue to happen. This merely puts the policy in place to allow for and signal the long term.
Madam Chair, I apologize for interrupting. It's the idea of allowing for them that is the purpose of the consultation, and we've actually now said to the public, we don't care about the consultation. We're going to council, and we haven't told you because we buried it in the secondary plan, but we're going forward without the consultation, and it's quite disingenuous, is it not, to move forward with the consultation once this decision has been made?
I mean, Councillor or Deputy Mayor, I mean, this was discussed at community consultation on the secondary plan. It was one of the things that we consulted the public on as part of the secondary plan. As far as the larger, longer corridor discussion outside of the secondary plan, obviously that didn't take place. But within the secondary plan study area itself, there was consultation done on this.
Just my final question, and if you can indulge me, because I don't think I've really spoken a lot in this meeting. Would you be surprised that a number of community groups and ratepayers were surprised to learn that, bike lanes were included in this secondary plan and weren't told about it? Would you be surprised?
I would be surprised if they'd been part of the community consultation process through the secondary plan and they told me that. I would be surprised. Yes.
But the residents communities, you didn't tell them. Did you tell them directly?
So I'm not sure I fully understand that question.
Did you tell them that we were talking about bike lanes?
As part of the consultation process, we discussed cycling infrastructure within the secondary plan area.
I think I'm out of time, but I think I'm out of time.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, you got a bonus there. I see Councillor Fillion and then Councillor Carroll with questions for staff.
Yes, I guess for Mr. Matthew or whoever, if we adopt this today, is that council directing that bike lanes be installed at any particular time, or is this kind of a vision for the street, and to actually construct bike lanes there would need to be a further council decision, budget allocation, whatever?
Through the chair, my understanding is that in order to have the implementation occur, we would come back to North York Community Council, and there will be additional consultation, and that will be done by the cycling team.
So that's my understanding, as well, as is often the case with secondary plans. There is kind of a vision document to actually implement all aspects of it, in particular ones that require work on a street as part of reconstruction, or that have a budget attached. There is still another approval step.
That's correct, and there's still detailed design work, obviously, to do before we get to that.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Carroll?
That's fine. Councillor Fillion just asked my questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's convenient. Okay, any other questions for staff? Speakers?
Yes,
okay.
I'll move the staff recommendations. This is essentially copying the provisions that we adopted several years ago, or a few years ago, on Sheppard Avenue West, and which were successful in stabilizing that. It had become a bit of a planning Wild West until we got that adopted, and that one we actually that plan held up against a very concerted effort to undo it by a group of land speculators. So I do, that's one of the rare victories, the only one I can think of, in fact, at the land tribunal in recent years. And so I do expect that this plan will hold up as well and will provide some stability to this area, some stability for the residents, and a clear direction for any property owners along there who wish to redevelop the street as we would like them to. So this is kind of a bit of a long overdue step forward. There's still a couple of particular sites that need to be looked at when applications come in or in advance of those applications to help guide them. But again, this is a positive step forward, both for the community and for property owners who want some guidance in how to develop their properties. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. This is the clerk. We just found out that Isaac Tang, the other speaker, was having connection issues earlier, but he is on the line and wishing to speak on this item.
Okay, Mr. Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Sorry for that, for that issue.
It's no problem. It happens to the best of us. You're with a law firm. Are you representing? Are you on this file for some reason other than personal curiosity, or could you introduce yourself and your relationship with this file?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am with a law firm at Borderland and Gervais, and my client is the owners of a number of properties that are affected by the Sheppard Willowdale secondary plan. They're at 25 Bonington Place, 87, 91, 93, and 95 Sheppard Avenue East. So that's the southeast corner of Sheppard Avenue East in Bonington. We did send a letter along with our oral deputation, so I thank you for your time there. Our lands are located approximately 300 meters, less than a 5-minute walk from the Young
Sorry, on a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Did we not close off speakers?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we vary procedure often, especially in this era of technological problems. So as a courtesy, we are going, unless you want to challenge the chair as a.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear you say you were varying it or seeking a vote. I wouldn't have voted to allow. If it was a resident, that would be one thing. This is a business owner on the Boulevard. I think that's quite another arrangement. Or along Sheppard Avenue, I think that's another.
I think he's a representative of business owners.
Yeah, no, he's a representative of a property owner as opposed to a resident, which I think is a distinguishable difference.
Well, I mean,
but if fair enough, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I like the councillor's differentiation, but I do think we need to, because there was a technological glitch, I do think we need to hear from this deputy.
Yeah,
you're right. Fair enough, Mr. Chair. I think listening to people is really important.
Yeah, that we can agree on. Okay, Mr. Tang, please continue.
Thank you for the indulgence. Really appreciate it. And I will stay within my time. As I was mentioning, our lands are located approximately 300 meters, less than a 5-minute walk from the Yonge and Sheppard intersection. So that includes the TTC, the Transit Hub, and the future MTSA. And most importantly, we're also located directly east and south of the existing North York Centre secondary plan area, and one of the city's urban growth centers in the growth plan. My client, Sheppard, they have active plans to redevelop the subject properties, and included with our letter submission, attachment 1, is some early development concepts. There has not been an active development application yet, as we're still assembling properties, but it gives an indication of what we're seeking to help improve this section of the secondary plan. And in terms of why we're here, my client has actively supported and continues to support updating the land use policies in this important corridor, particularly the city's efforts to promote greater intensification along higher order transit corridors and near subway stations. And we've participated in meetings with staff in advance of the latest community consultation meeting on November the 3rd. And while we are supportive of the city's efforts, there's 3 concerns that I'd like to raise that are outlined in our letter. First, we are concerned that the secondary plan fails to permit sufficient height and density at the southeast corner of Sheppard Avenue East and Bonington Place. The secondary plan generally limits maximum densities to 3 FSI or 7 stories along the southern frontage of Sheppard. In our view, there are greater heights and densities that are warranted to ensure that development is consistent with the surrounding areas and neighborhood at large. And I'll just provide a few examples. There's existing 7, 9, and 14-story buildings in the immediate vicinity along Sheppard Avenue East and West. There's planned development of about 11 plus stories on the west side of Sheppard at Sheppard and Senlac, and that's much further away from our client's site from the subway station. And most importantly, if we take a look at, immediately across the street in North York Center secondary plan, there are 34-story condos recently approved by City Council, including 88 Sheppard Avenue East. So the limitation of 3 FSI and 7 stories would, in our view, stifle the potential for this corner to redevelop. And we had provided conceptual designs of what we're seeking at attachment 1. So the request is for the 3.0 FSI and 7-story limitation be removed as it pertains to the subject properties. The second concern that we're identifying is that we're requesting additional properties to be redesignated as mixed-use areas at the southeast quadrant of Sheppard Avenue East and Bonington Place. So these would include properties outside of the properties that my client currently owns, and those are shown in attachment 1, outlined in red. In our view, this would facilitate developments with heights and densities similar to those provided in those around the neighborhood. It would help frame the edge of this important quadrant and is also consistent with the city's approach in redesignating additional properties along Sheppard Avenue for good planning reasons. Good examples would be the Calvin Avenue properties at 33 and 35 Calvin Avenue. They were redesignated neighborhood areas to mixed-use areas for planning reasons. And finally, we're requesting that the secondary plan include policies that would permit lands on the east side of the North York Center South Service Road to be incorporated into the Sheppard Willowdale secondary plan without the need for an OPA. We understand that the city's in the detailed design stage for the service road, and essentially without policies that permit remnant parcels of land located on the east side of the service road, once the service road is completed or identified, these parcels would be stuck between 2 secondary plan areas, the North York Center secondary plan and this new Sheppard Willowdale secondary plan, including policies that would provide flexibility for such parcels to be included in the OPA without the need for an official plan amendment would help improve development potential in these lands. So recognizing my time's coming to an end, our requested recommendation is that Community Council not adopt the secondary plan as currently drafted, but refer this matter back to staff with a direction to respond to the 3 issues raised by my client. We thank you for your time and pleased to answer any questions Community Council may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I trust these are billable hours. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Now, did we finish questions for staff on this item? Because we did vary the procedure.
We were up to, I had moved the motion and had finished speaking, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fillion. Are there any other speakers or motions on this item? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a motion. Julie? City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to delay consideration of implementation of the cycling policies in Section 9 of the Sheppard Willowdale Secondary Plan until at least 3 months after the official plan amendments 560 comes into full force and effect. members of the committee, I don't want to hold up this report. I don't want to hold up the secondary plan. But what is clear and what was confirmed from staff was we're in a consultation period to put cycling infrastructure on Sheppard. And we haven't actually gotten feedback from the community. We haven't gotten feedback from the residents on what their opinion is. We don't know what the impacts are. But regardless of this process that's taking place, the city says, you know what? We don't care. We're putting this forward anyway. And if council approves it, it's basically confirming that the whole consultation process was disingenuous. It didn't mean anything. Consultation means listening and letting people know that you are listening and taking action based on listening. This report fundamentally says, if we approve it, we're not listening. We're going to do it anyway. Irregardless of what you think, irregardless of what you say, and irregardless of your participation. That's not the way we should be doing this. Other places in the city, they've been putting in bike lanes all over the place. And that's fine. And I want to separate that from this arrangement. And we could talk about whether it's necessary or not, or whether there are going to be cyclists at all. But today, what we should be talking about is letting that consultation run its course, hearing from the community, and then taking a decision. This is clearly putting the cart before the horse. This is, let's put in the bike lanes. Let's go ahead and put them in. And then we'll listen to see if they're in favor or opposed. But it really won't matter anymore. Councillor Filion says, oh no, we'll still ask them what they'll look like. But they'll still put them in. People want to talk about whether they should go in or not. And these are people from the local community. And they've been disenfranchised. And if we support this as it is, their opinions clearly don't matter. So I hope members of the committee will support my deferral motion on this portion as it relates to bike lanes. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay.
As would I.
So I have two other speakers, Councillor Filion, then Councillor Carroll.
Thank you.
First of all, the consultation is continuing. The consultation is, as is always the case with bike lanes, is you have one group that says, what are you putting a bike lane in here for? I've never seen anyone riding a bike along here. And another group that says this is long overdue. Great. Why didn't you do it 5 years ago? So that is the reality of the consultation. You do have these different, and not too much in the middle, unfortunately. You have people who like bike lanes and people who hate bike lanes. The point is the city has a vision for how things should look in the future and what we're working towards. And it's really important that our secondary plans reflect that. And again, as we heard earlier, that does not mean that that the construction of bike lanes in this section is being authorized today, but certainly as with other key corridors in the city, we're planning for the future and we're looking to do that as the road is resurfaced, which brings me to the biggest problem with the councillor's motion. As we all know, that secondary plans often get appealed. It is often a very long time between when the community council adopts something and when it comes into full force and effect. It can be years. My understanding is that the resurfacing of Sheppard Avenue is happening in the very near future, which is the reason for the consultation on the bike lanes that is going on currently. So that is, the decision on whether or not to put in bike lanes on Sheppard cannot wait until after the secondary plan comes into full force and effect. That is, in effect, a poison pill. So I would urge people not to adopt that.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in an interesting situation because the resurfacing that's going on in Sheppard Avenue East is such that we're sharing that consultation, Councillor Fillion and myself, and like any bike lane consultation, there are those that are for and those that are against. I go back again and again to a resident that I hadn't previously met, but who was on the first consultation virtual meeting, who said, "This is amazing. I live in the Concord neighborhood." What she meant was something that a lot of us oldsters think of as the Canadian Tire Lands. But she said, I work at Yonge and Sheppard in the federal government building, and I will, I'm a stalwart cyclist. I will now bike to work. My car is off the road and I'm leaving a seat empty on the subway. I will bike to work 10 months of the year. This is amazing. And there were others who also talked about needing it. What was interesting is that their consultation is very thoughtful. They also were concerned about intersections. Cars worry about bike lanes ruining their intersections, but cyclists are similarly invested in making sure that those work for all the vehicles in it. Their life depends on it. And so it was a very thoughtful consultation. It was just consultation number one. And so what it goes to is what we did hear confirmed by the planner. I can't support Councillor Minnan-Wong's motion because I can't support his comments. He said he heard it confirmed that the consultation was meaningless, and yet it was quite technical. And what I did hear confirmed by Mr. Matthew is that the cycling unit does not take adopting a vision in a secondary plan as direction to proceed. They still have detailed consultations to have, a lot of community work to do, and a lot of design work to do, and then come back to the community again. That's how these things happen. And so I can't support the motion because it's based on a confirmation that he actually did not receive from staff, in my view. What he heard was that one doesn't preclude the other. There is lots of work left to do before the changing of this road, but time's a wasting. We do have to do that work, because if there is one thing that councillors are 100% in agreement on, is that they cannot abide when we cannot get our act together and coordinate capital work such that if we're going to disrupt a road, we take all things into consideration and disrupt it once to deal with all of the things that we would like to see happening for the next decade. That's why those consultations have proceeded in advance of this item being before us. That road desperately does need to be repaired, but it also has some water works ongoing, some hydro works ongoing, and then the resurfacing. Definitely in Councillor Fillion's stretch as a result of, the wear and tear on the road from construction. It's coordination of capital that has led to one consultation before the other, but the community is very well involved in it, and adoption of the secondary plan is one step. The community process around that road resurfacing and possible introduction of bike lanes is another, and is very, very valid forms of consultation taking place in the worst of possible circumstances. There is still a lot of engagement with community despite COVID, despite virtual universe. And so I see no reason to put a poison pill in the secondary plan and then have that consultation. We could be having this conversation next week. It will still happen with the residents because they're the most important piece of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers on this item?
Speak again. I would like to briefly speak again, James.
Didn't you move your motion?
I did, but Councillor, if you let Councillor Phelan to speak twice, and I'd like to avail myself of the same privilege.
Yes, I guess I did.
I
okay,
only
so
spoke
this,
once on Councillor Minnan-Wong's motion, as did he.
Due respect, you're only allowed to speak
well,
once.
yeah, you speak once unless it's a deferral. So I'll tell you what. So we've agreed to a second round in essence. So so Deputy Mayor, if you want to speak again, that's fine.
I just want to address one single comment. I thought it was necessary. There is no poison pill here, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. This is only a deferral for 3 months until the consultation is complete, to make it authentic, not to make it, not to make it disingenuous. This why would anyone want to participate when they in the consultation anymore, when they know that the city council has already said yes to bike lanes? What's the point? Where do we get our legitimacy to have any consultations when the approval of this means that the consultations are meaningless? That's what this will do if we make this decision today. We make those consultations on bike lanes meaningless. And that's not what we want to do. North York used to be a place where we listened to residents. We should continue to do that.
I have a question of the mover, and I'd like to see the motion on the screen, please.
Just give us 1 second and we'll put that up.
Councillor, you talked about a 3-month delay. You said, but your motion says until at least 3 months after official plan amendment 560 comes into full force and effect. When do you think that might be? 3 months after that happens? What year do you think that might be?
It's interesting. When I was putting this motion together, I talked to the clerk's office to find a way through, because I wanted a reasonable delay for the consultation to take place. I think it's fair to say that clerk's office was flummoxed, and then they got back to me and they said, can we talk to planning staff to come up with something to pull out that the cycling piece for the deferral. This is the solution that the planning staff came up with to have the deferral. If
So
you want.
would you agree with me, Councillor, that that likely means what your motion, if adopted, likely means deferral of consideration of the cycling policies until perhaps 2024, 2025, something like that? Would you agree with that?
Mr. Chair, what I would say is if the councillor was authentic in actually wanting to come up with a solution where we could finish the consultation and would like to suggest an alternative where the consultation could be complete, I would support that.
Well, we are continuing with the consultation. Councillor Minnan-Wong, are you aware that a decision has to be made in the very near future on the whether we include cycling on Sheppard, because the road is about to be reconstructed?
Mr. Chair, what I think is that the idea of approving this and moving forward with this report and approving bike lanes on Sheppard is inconsistent with going to the community and saying, we'd like your opinion. Because what this essentially says is, we're really not interested in your opinion. We're going to go forward and do this anyway. And I think, that we first and foremost have to have integrity. Integrity is more important than me.
Councillor,
sorry, I'd like to finish.
Okay, sure. I have another question then.
I think integrity in this process is important. And if that means that there has to be a delay of 6 months or 8 months, or we have to move things around, I'm sure that Sheppard Avenue won't fall apart. There are some spots that are in pretty bad shape, but I think that there's streets that are a lot worse. Mr. Chair, I think Bathurst, you would know how bad that street is, and Sheppard certainly isn't that bad. But I think the integrity piece is important, and if we've gone to the community and we want to ask them their views, we should take the time and listen to them.
So, last question. So, are you aware that Sheppard Avenue is being reconstructed, unless you're planning to defer the budgeted reconstruction of the street? Tell me how this is listening to people and this is a poison pill. Whether you intended it as a poison pill or not, that's, you can only answer that. But this puts you might as well not have the consultation as far as your issue about listening to people, because this kills bicycle lanes on Sheppard. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think if you listen to some of the residents groups along Sheppard Avenue, you listen to the Henry Farms residents, the Bayview Village Residents Association. My understanding, there are residents that are in around the Canadian Tire, all the condos are there. That a lot of residents there are furious about the idea of having bike lanes on there. So the alternative, you could go forward with that project, and you could continue with the restructuring without the cycle, without the bike lanes on there, which I would be fine with. But fundamentally, I think that we have to listen to what their concerns are. And now you're basically, you're kicking them to the curb. I don't believe that we should be kicking the residents to the curb when you're starting such a big, a large infrastructure project. I think that if you have to delay it a little bit to listen to the residents, that's critically important.
Okay, all right. You guys are exhausting me. Okay, so any other questions for the mover, or can we move on?
Yes,
okay.
I have a question of the mover.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, so it's 6 minutes to lunch break. What is the will of committee? Do we continue on and complete the agenda?
I'll move that we finish this item for sure, or complete the agenda. I'll move the item or completing the agenda.
You want to finish the item then break, or you want to finish the agenda?
I'll finish the item, but is there a lot of deputants left, James? Do we have a lot of deputants?
No, there's one or two on the timed items. And as a heads up, I'm going to defer 29, 21 because the homeowner is not able to attend today. So we'll take that off the agenda. There are a few left. It could take us till 1:15 or so.
I'll move that we complete the agenda. If we can please, all be a little bit more cooperative in moving things forward.
Yeah, that would be great. If people have, most of these are timed items with deputants, so I can't even really call for quick releases. But if the clerk can move a motion of deferral, or prepare a motion of deferral for 29, 29, 21, it's a tree removal. And as I said, the homeowner's unable to attend, so it's just a courtesy. Okay, so all those in favor of completing the agenda? Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Councillor Carroll, I believe you have questions of the mover.
Just a quick question of the mover. I just wanted to clarify. You mentioned neighborhoods in both my ward and Councillor Fillion's ward. I can only speak for the neighborhoods in my ward. While you may have looked at statements from associations, are you also aware that part of the reason that these lanes are being looked at is residents from those very same neighborhoods asked for them? That a neighborhood association is not a monolithic opinion, but that those very same neighborhoods hold people who want more cycling infrastructure as soon as possible?
What I do think is, I think that there may be some people, the cycling advocates who speak very, very loudly, yet make up a small minority of the population will be in favor of it. I understand that. In fact, Councillor, I did a public opinion survey.
But you don't know
No,
for
I'm
sure
going to
how
finish.
many numbers they
finish.
are.
Mr. Chair, may I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will say that I haven't asked every single person in those communities. I doubt that you have, but I would think that your ward is very, very, very similar to mine. I did a public opinion poll and asked what their primary mode of travel was for most residents, and in terms of cycling, it was 2% of the population. And if you put in a cycle track on the roads, it would be 4% of the population. I don't think it's any more than 5% in your ward that cycle as their primary mode of transportation. I don't think there are very many cyclists in your ward, Councillor.
So those are interesting questions that you asked residents, but have you ever had the experiences I have had where people ask for cycling infrastructure whether they themselves own a bicycle or not?
Oh, you mean people that don't cycle ask for cycling infrastructure?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, but I still think the vast majority.
I just wanted to ask.
But I still
just wondered if we were similar.
I still believe the vast majority of people do not want cycling infrastructure in the suburbs, and this is not the downtown. It's a distinguishable difference, and we should be having this conversation instead of rushing through with this secondary plan right now. That's the discussion we should be having. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I got my answer, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm glad everyone's happy.
Gave my answer.
Okay. All right. So we've actually gone to a second round of speakers. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this item before we vote on the amendment and the item is amended? No? Okay. So Madam Clerk, let's put Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong's motion on the screen. There we go.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. All those in favor? Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Pasternak. All those opposed? Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Carroll. It loses on a tie. On the item, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Item 29.5, 1710 to 1736 Bayview Avenue. We have two deputants. Is there a Mary Copman on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Copman?
Hi.
Hi, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Pasternak and fellow North York Community Council members, just for allowing me the chance to speak today. The issue I want to discuss is the vehicular laneway that the city policy is wanting added to the west side of the proposed building. I live on the east side of Main Avenue, so this condo development and this proposed laneway would be directly in my backyard. So I want to stress that this is the number one issue that the residents on Main Avenue are opposing. And surprisingly, we're not opposing the developer, but we're opposing the city policy. So as much as we want to see the size of the building reduced, what we really, really want is to not have a vehicular laneway behind the condo building. We want to keep our trees, we want to keep the privacy from the trees, and we want to keep our streets safer by not having this laneway exit onto Main Avenue. The people on Main Avenue, I speak for them, they like the idea that's proposed by the developer, which is a plan for a green pathway for pedestrians and for cyclists. So I just want to take a minute to explain why, because I know it's a policy to have a vehicular laneway behind a condo, but I just want to explain why in this particular project, it's a mistake and it needs to be exempted. The number one reason, which is the most important to the neighbors, is this laneway would destroy a canopy of over 50 mature trees. I've walked the site, I've counted them, I've written a list of them. There are trees lining all of our backyards. This project backs onto 10 or 12 homes. We all have trees in our yards, and there's trees on the other side of the fence. So they would destroy 50 trees. The ones that are on the project would be destroyed. And then the wall, there's a grading issue. The wall that would have to go up for this vehicular laneway would destroy the root system of all of our trees. I'm just shocked that this is even being considered, but that's the number one reason. You just have to stand on the site. I'm assuming no one from the city council office has stood on the site and looked, because you would shake your head at the destruction that would take place if a laneway goes in there. The second item is that it's not a normal laneway. This condo building is in the middle of a street, so it can't go from one street to another street. It would be a laneway that goes nowhere. I understand the policy is to have a laneway that creates flow for traffic. Well, there can be no flow on this laneway because essentially there's nowhere to flow to. This one would make a 90-degree turn from behind the condo building and exit onto our street. It can't go from Sudan to Eglinton, so it's not a laneway that flows. I really doubt any delivery trucks, garbage trucks, fire trucks would even be able to go onto this laneway because of the direction it would have to flow. The other is there's no exit point yet. So this is the city is forcing or wanting to force a laneway that doesn't go anywhere. I know ultimately they'd hope that they would purchase land that it could exit onto. And if they ever could exit onto Sudan, it would be a few steps away from the corner of Bayview in Sudan, where there's traffic accidents every week. So they're adding more traffic and more danger to the community. The other issue we have here is if you have a laneway that exits onto Mann Avenue, we are already a through street for the LRT construction. And we have so much traffic going on down our street right now. And this is just adding more traffic that's exiting directly on our street. And it just takes away the safety. We have a lot of families, we have a lot of older people. We only have a sidewalk on one side of the street. It's just adding danger. Lastly, well, not lastly actually, but this laneway would also drastically impact the wildlife in our neighborhood. Cutting down these trees would impact the wildlife. I actually thought it was illegal for residents to cut down mature trees. And with this laneway, I don't understand how trees could, how the trees don't have any more rights than what a laneway would do. So I understand the need for policy. I'm a rule follower, but this particular policy does not fit in this current situation. There is absolutely no positive reasons to have a vehicular laneway. There's not one I can come up with. It's just that it's a policy that was created, but it doesn't fit in this situation. It would destroy trees. It would impact the privacy of all the residents, destroy wildlife. It's going to impact happiness. We've already lost a neighbor who moved as a result of this. It's going to take away green space, a place for the residents of the condo. And there's no reason why there should be a laneway here. So I really hope you'll consider what I've had to say, and I appreciate the time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Copeman. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Is Andy Gort on the line?
Yes, he is on the line. And if I can proceed, then I will do that now.
Yes, and I would ask the vice chair to take the chair for a couple minutes.
Certainly. You can proceed with your deputation, sir.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Chair Pasternak and fellow North York councillors for the opportunity to speak today about this development. We're actively involved in many developments in our area. It's something like 45 over the last 5 years, and this is one of them. And it's as Mary Copman has explained, it is a bit unique. We are, in general, our letters for these agenda items stated that we are generally in support of the city's request for a direction report. And we appreciate the amount of effort and detail that the city's senior planner, Catherine Moore, has spent on preparing the report. We agree with the city's comments that the cumulative impact of the proposed build form will result in a mid-rise that is not well proportioned. It's proposed to be 100 meters long and lacks on appropriate transition to the adjacent neighborhood because it doesn't fit under the angular plane. We're also in support of the comments related to providing retail at the street level, with Bayview being a priority retail street, and the development being immediately across from the future Bayview station of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. However, similar to Mary Copman, we are concerned with the city's thrust to insist on implementing what I call a traditional laneway at this location. We're not opposed to laneways, and it is a new policy of OPA 405. And we work diligently with the city for the successful implementation of a laneway at another OLT appeal for 733 Mount Pleasant development. And we came to an arrangement there where the laneway will be set back from the property line to preserve trees. However, in the context of this location, as Mary explained, the laneway would have to be designed and constructed with very challenging grade differentials, both east to west, which Mary explained, and north to south as well, and which will result in a complete destruction of this mature and significant 100-meter long tree boundary along the west lot line. And as Mary explained, it serves several purposes. One of them is that it actually anchors a 2-meter grade difference between the properties to the west, the residential homes and the development. And it provides a significant natural privacy barrier between the proposed development and the properties. And it also plays an important environmental role. And instead, the developer is proposing the equivalent of a traditional laneway with the same physical dimensions, but that one that will function as a POPs green pedestrian and cycling pathway. There are a number of specific OP and secondary plan policies regarding laneways in the public realm that speak to conditions like this, as I described, and that need to be considered. And with the proposal being a mid-block development, the lane will be dead-ended in both directions, and a direct connection of the development to Bayview will be required. However, notwithstanding COVID, our area is experiencing a dramatic drop in both vehicle ownership and vehicle use, with building parking ratios of 0.2. And this development will be directly across the Bayview station of the future Eglinton Crosstown LRT. So the focus in our area is shifting somewhat from vehicular mobility to active mobility, and we significantly lack active mobility infrastructure in this area. And this laneway, as proposed by the developer, would help. So in summary, we welcome an opportunity, and I think that will be received with mediation activities, an opportunity together with other stakeholders to work with the developer to create a mutual satisfactory and community appropriate application for this site. And we thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gord. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I think that's the last of the deputants on this item.
It's correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so are there any questions of staff? I see Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, you have questions of staff?
Yeah, I have a question of the deputant.
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that. It's Mr. Gort you wanted to speak to. Is he still on the line?
I'm still on the line.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Andy. You sparked my interest. You mentioned change in vehicle ownership in the Young Eglinton area. Are you saying?
Yeah, we are seeing applications where the request is only for 2 parking spots for every 10 units. And as they have gone up, we are not hearing of a lot of issues about lack of parking spots. A lot of people are not owning cars and choosing not to own cars. And there's even discussion sometimes that there's still empty spots, even with a 0.2 ratio. This would be a Young and Eglinton, but the ratio for this building is still much larger. But still, I think what we're seeing is people really except maybe with COVID, are making use of public transit. So that's very encouraging.
Okay, so in terms of the ratio for this application, are you saying there should be a change, or you're supporting the?
No, I guess I was alluding to the fact that there might not be that much traffic coming out this building at peak hours. I think the forecast was for 45 at most during a 2-hour peak period, which is, compared to the traffic flow in general, might be quite acceptable coming onto Bayview, at least for the interim period. And we have not seen a strong comments from city transportation services that a Bayview exit would not be acceptable. And that's what I was trying to signal.
So I guess you're supportive of the new city policy, basically lowering the requirements for a number of parking spots made available in new developments then?
We did. Maybe not to the point where it should be totally left up to the developers, but that the ratios definitely in an area like Midtown could be lowered, because we are seeing consistently that they are significantly lower than what is today recommended as parking ratios.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gort.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Cole. So if there are no more questions of the deputant, I'll thank Mr. Gort and Ms. Kottman. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'll go to speakers. Councillor Robinson, did you want to speak first?
Yes, thank you very much to the Vice Chair. I've got a motion I'd like to place today and a few comments I would like to share with North York Community Council. So I'd like to add a recommendation. If the clerk could kindly put on the screen the motion. Short and sweet, but important, that we ask staff and the city solicitor to work with the community and the applicant to minimize green space on site, to maximize, not minimize, wrong word, and preserve the mature tree at the rear property line. So the motion is correct. I just read it incorrectly. But what we want to do is when we have more cement going up, we want to ensure that's offset with green space and trees. And this council has been very dedicated to preserving trees. And you've heard there's at least 50 on this property. And I will tell you that the developer is in line with this. So the ultimate decision here, though, is in the hands of the OLT. Not a surprise to any of you, I'm sure. And I'm moving this motion asking staff to work with the community and the applicant who is on board to increase the green space on site and prioritize the preservation of the mature trees in a much needed area where we need that type of, infiltration, like meaning in a good way, to clean the air for our the family's breathability. So this is an area in the young Eglinton, young Bayview, Bayview area, where we're seeing application after application come in, and we want to make sure we do our best as we go through this process, even though we lose control when it heads to these provincial bodies. I do want to take a moment to thank City Legal and City Planning for their help with the motion. Also, and I'll come back to the planners who have done an excellent job on this file in a minute, but I want to thank South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association. You just heard from Andy Gort, Sarah, and of course, Leaside Residents Association, LRA, represented by Jeff Cattell and Doug Albright. Their continued leadership on this file has been really a huge asset. And most importantly, all the local neighbors on Mann Avenue who've been very engaged since literally day one. And some of those neighbors we've lost. They've moved away, which was heartbreaking to see. But we have had countless meetings on this file, specifically in November and December of last year. But throughout the whole process, and the local residents associations have been involved every step of the way. and have played a critical role, as I said earlier. So, as outlined in the staff report and the community letters, there are many outstanding concerns with this application. I'll just go over them very quickly. The building length and massing. The proposed building length significantly exceeds the maximum of 60 meters and prescribed by the mid-rise building performance standards. And then something I think that really is upsetting to the planners and many of us is the lack of at-grade retail on an identified priority retail street like Bayview Avenue. I mean, that's what Bayview is all about. And instead they've gone in a very different direction. So that's riling people up. And then the projections into the rear angular plane and lack of transition to the residential neighborhood to the west. Again, probably the biggest issue for all, as you heard from Mary, who spoke to us earlier in her deputation. So I'm very happy to see city staff recommending that we continue to oppose this application at the OLT. I want to thank City Legal and City Planning staff for their strong and thorough report, because it is just that, and continuing to work with all of us, all the various partners. In particular, I'd like to thank Jessica Braun, Al Rozowski, and Catherine Moore, who've really done an excellent job. And the residents really feel like their voices have been heard through this process, and they'd like to continue feeling that way. And so I move this motion to address these issues that are really concerning. And the motion, like I said twice now, I'll say it a third time, that weirdly, the developer's on board with this. So we have buy-in, and I hope you'll support my motion today.
Great, thank you, Councillor Robinson. It sounded like an awards dinner. Okay, are there any other speakers on the item? No. Okay, so we have Councillor Robinson's motion, and then the item is amended. We could put that on the screen. There we go. All those in favor? There's nobody opposed. Okay, thank you very much. The item is amended. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, off to item 29.6, 36 to 44 Eglinton Avenue West. I have one deputant on the item, Tom Cohen.
No, I am unmuted, but I'm not, but I've lost my mic. I can no longer hear the meeting.
We can hear you. This is
okay,
Tom.
Okay, that is me. That is I. Thank you. I'll be brief because lunch is coming. And everybody's tired and hungry and everybody's holding in. I've been sitting here for hours listening to democracy unrolling, and I thank the councillors for their tact and patience with all the citizens. I chair EPRA, Eglinton Park Residents Association. You have in front of you a refusal report for 3644 Eglinton West, and that building will be going to mediation shortly after Valentine's Day, and our organization, EPRA, is going there. I put in a piece of paper to you saying what I'm going to say to you briefly here, which is clearly there are planning issues about this tall building on a small plot, very, very tall. But what strikes us is the long and painful history of our engagement in this matter, where we and other RAs were before the OMB about 9 years ago. The city said 25 stories, the developer said 48. The OMB split the difference, mostly giving 39. And the developer was an old fellow, nice man, and he did nothing. And everybody agreed that he'd won the rights to 39 to raise the value on a property he hoped to sell, and somebody else would pick it up. And almost 10 years went by. And while those 10 years passed, we had the provincial election, we had Midtown in focus, we had the castration of Midtown in focus by the province. And in that castration, the ceilings went up and 39 became 65. And what strikes us here is in many ways, the legacy that with his 39, he gained various privileges, some of them like weirdly short separation from Canada's, the skyscraper next door, from Ryokan, that the building is very strange, but what strikes us as citizens as we prepare to gird ourselves for mediation is the enormous frustration that we face, having gone to court, having fought in court, having negotiated in court, having put our case forward, having had a court settlement back in 2015 or something like that, or 2012, and then here we go again. That history's being rewritten and there's very little we can do about it. That's all I want to say. I want to take a kind of a citizen's position of frustration in the face of the difficulty of dealing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions for the deputants? Councillor Cole?
Yes, thank you for your patience and for your perseverance through all this, Mr. Cohen. As you said, I think this started in 2013, am I not correct?
I believe so.
And so the OMB basically granted them, was it 36 or 39 stories?
They got 39, they wanted 48.
Yeah, so they got 39, and then there was no basically construction started or anything, even though they got permission for 39. But then the next you heard was that they were now reapplying, right? They reapplied to the city for a 65-story tower.
Now this is new owners.
Oh, so it was flipped.
Yeah,
So it was flipped to new owners, and now they've come back and applying for 65, right?
absolutely.
And I guess one of the concerns that has been expressed to me is that this 65-story tower, will have a cumulative effect of blocking sun to the Eglinton Park, which is to the west. Is that not a concern of the Eglinton Park ratepayers?
Well, the 39 was calculated to spare the park, and so when they go higher, of course, it will do that.
And then this lot here, are the buildings to the north and to the west still there? I know there's the apartment building to the north on duplex, and then
Right.
there's Ryokan, as you said, to the east, right?
Right.
And then across the street on the other side of duplex, what do we have being proposed there? The old hydro building on the west side of duplex in Eglinton.
The old Hydra building is proposed for 39. It's currently in mediation, and it's not clear where it's going to end up.
So we've got 39 being asked for. And then we have Canada Square to the south, right?
Right.
How many towers are being proposed on the south side of Eglinton, a duplex?
5 towers, with the tallest at 75 and tall because that's office building.
Okay, anyways, thank you for that summary and thank you for, again, the volunteer work you all do. That seems to be never ending, but we really appreciate what you and the volunteers in the, Andy Gord on the other side and everybody is doing. So thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Do we have any of those speakers on this item, or sorry, deputants? Or no? Any other questions for this deputant? Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Questions for staff? Councillor Cole?
Yes, question for staff. As the deputant said, that the applicant was given approval at an Ontario Municipal Board hearing for 39 stories. Is there any obligation for the applicant to basically not renege on his deal and then come back for 65?
Through the chair, I'm happy to answer that question. It's David Sitt. So there's nothing under the Planning Act that stops an applicant from resubmitting a new application for a site, even though it's been approved.
So they can essentially, without any consequence, essentially come back and reapply again for the same site, right?
For the chair, that's correct. I mean, we've had situations where we have gone to the OLT, we've reached a settlement, there's been a decision that's been made, and the properties change hands, like what has happened here, and a new applicant comes in and applies for a new proposal.
So there's no way of stopping the flipping of these properties.
Through the chair, no. I mean, I would compare it to your house. You could sell your house to anybody you would ultimately want to. So I think the same thing would apply. Obviously, if they want to change the permissions on the property, they have to go through a new process.
And then in terms of right now, this is an office building. It's what is a 7-story office building?
I believe that is correct.
What percentage of those offices are going to be replaced with this new development?
So through the chair, I think that's the very question that why we have this report before you, because this report was actually trying to remove the requirement for office replacement. So this is an official plan amendment that was attempting to do that, and that's why we have the refusal here. The city would be taking the position, as we've stated in the report, that we would require full office replacement. And what they were only trying to propose was about 300 square meters of office replacement, whereas we would be looking for about 6,500 square meters.
So right now there are 6,500 square meters of office space, and they are now in this new proposal applying for what, 300?
That is correct.
Okay, and then again, what about the issue of the tiny nature of this lot? What does it do in terms of access or egress to loading, unloading, garbage trucks? Right now, there's a huge problem with the rental building to the north with the existing 7-story building. Is staff concerned about the fact you're putting in a 65-story building in a very problematic corner?
So through the chair, I would say you probably are aware, but there is a separate zoning bylaw amendment application that has already been appealed to the OLT. And what you have before you today is the official plan amendment that was going to deal with the office replacement. So we do have issues with the overall development. And I mean, I can certainly turn it over to Al Rozowski to comment on that earlier report on the zoning bylaw amendment, but there are obviously broader planning issues aside from the office replacement.
Yes, the site is right at the northeast corner of Duplex and Eglinton Avenue West. It is a small property. Servicing already occurs abutting the property to the north with a large loading dock area. So we do have to allow for provision for servicing of this property close to the intersection. Wherever possible, we try to achieve consolidated access or consolidated servicing. That is not feasible with this development, so it will unfortunately be a small property. It already has development permissions in place, that actually have had a layout associated with it in terms of servicing and property access, vehicular access. So we're working through those issues, and we'll continue to work through those issues through the mediation process with the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Cole. Just a reminder to councillors, this is a refusal report, and the next one is a refusal report. So let's not flog a dead horse. Are there any other questions for staff on this item? Okay, speakers. Okay, Councillor Cole.
This is like flogging a dead donkey here, but you know, I just think that it's important to respect the amount of volunteer work that the local residents have undergone in this application. And so that's why I think it deserves some discussion of their efforts. I mean, can you imagine, this started in 2013, hours and hours of volunteer time spent, not only through the city planning processes, but also at the former Ontario Municipal Board, dealing with this very complex piece of development. So I just think that you know, the development processes right now are really abusing our local citizens and residents. You know, there just is no appreciation of the fact there was a deal made, there was zoning approved, there was a decision made by the Ontario Municipal Board, the highest court in the land when it comes to planning decisions. And then they rip up the deal, flip the property, and then now we're putting the local residents, never mind planning staff at the city, through this nonstop, very complex legal process of trying to basically put in, I mean, if you know the property, it's the size, it's probably you could put 2 residential housing lots on it. It's a postage stamp size property at the corner of Duplex and Eglinton, surrounded by all kinds of other 30, 40-story buildings and then 70-story buildings to come. And this is how absurd this situation is getting with the development applications that are being essentially thrust on communities like the Eglinton community, and it's relentless. And I think that there's got to be a way of ensuring that this type of flagrant flipping behavior doesn't continue. You know, they flip, they rezone, they get approvals, they go to, and then they have no, again, respect for the local residents who want to protect and enhance the community. And this is a community, you know, we had a community earlier today in my ward that was opposed to a 4-story building. This isn't 4-story, this is 65. 65 stories, and not only is it 65 stories in height, it's also basically removing the office space that is there. You know, they're basically getting rid of all this office space because this area is supposed to be a complete community. It's supposed to be an employment, work center, plus a residential thing. It's becoming totally a residential dormitory community because the developers are appealing and trying to eliminate any requirement that there be workplaces in the young Eglinton area. So this is paramount to this refusal, which I fully support, and I hope you join me in supporting the refusal application. But I've spoken to this application because I think it represents what is rotten in Denmark. It is just disgusting the level of override there now exists of city planning, all of our basic official plan principles. And this is a, you know, it's a poster child for how not to basically plan in a city. and in an area of Toronto, the Young Eglinton area. And so that's why I'm adamantly in support of the refusal. But who knows, whatever we go to the Supreme Court of Planning, the new Ontario Land Tribunal, we go there, there'll be a mediation, there'll be something arranged, then they'll flip it, appeal again, they'll go for 95 stories. That's what we're faced with right now. And there doesn't seem to be any city policy, any city-wide approach to try and deal with this abuse of our local residents and the planning processes, which they spend a lot of time doing and which our planning staff also spends a lot of time trying to put together. So please join me in supporting this total, absolute refusal of this ridiculous application.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cole. Your comments are quite clear. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Fillion?
Yes, just to in a couple of sentences reinforce what Councillor Cole said so well, and he always speaks so passionately. You know, we clearly, the city has had its ability to control development taken away from it by the province. And as Councillor Cole said, that what that also does is removes any control our residents might have through their municipal elected officials and the formulation of city policies and input into the planning process and the planning staff. And the whole thing is just so outrageous. The public really needs to understand what has happened, you know, in advance of the June election. They really need to understand who is responsible for completely removing our ability to control development and for making a mockery of any citizen participation in the process. And, you know, we really need to be, you know, and I'm not saying this to be partisan. I was critical of the previous guys too, but they're, you know, they were like half okay. You know, these guys, it's just, you know, it's just 100% bad. So I totally support Councillor Cole.
Okay, thank you for that partisan speech. Councillor Robinson?
Oh, I just thought we were moving on. I was giving thumbs up to Councillor Cole.
Okay, that's very gracious.
Mr.
Okay, so
Chair, just on a procedural point, the councillor may want to record this vote so that it's clear to the development community that we're putting our names to this refusal, and we'll do the same at council.
If you're calling for a recorded vote,
yeah,
that's fine. Councillor Cole, are you there? We're gonna vote on your item. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. I thought maybe you were still in the Christmas spirit. Okay, so we're voting on 29-7, 537, 539, 541, 543 Eglinton Avenue East. It's a refusal report, and we're sending legal counsel up to the OTL or the OMB or whatever it's going to be called at that time. So all in favor? Well, no, Councillor Cole, you're moving the staff recommendations?
Yes, and a recorded vote.
Okay. All those in favor? Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Carroll. And there's no one left to be opposed. Okay.
Sorry, this is the
I'm sorry.
just to clarify, the last vote was on 29.6.
Yeah, my eyes went down to the next item. I do apologize. Procedurally, do we have to take that over again, or it's pretty well understood what we're voting on?
I would take that over again, please, so it's clear.
Okay, so I do apologize. My eyes were looking down to the next item. when we voted. We're actually voting on 36 to 44 Eglinton Avenue West, the official plan amendment application refusal report. Let's do the vote all over again. So procedurally, we're okay. Councillor Cole has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Carroll. Okay, so we got it right. So the next item is 29-7, and this one is 537, 539, 541, and 543 Eglinton Avenue East. I do not have any deputants on this item. It's once again a refusal report. So we'll go to questions for staff. No questions for staff. Okay. Any speakers? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. I'd actually like to move staff recommendations. Staff, as you know from reading the report, are recommending refusal of this application. And again, I want to thank Sarah and members of the community for their hard work on this. Everybody's very familiar with the history of Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan. Councillor Cole just cut my speech in half with his remarks, which I'm happy about, because I think he was even more passionate than I am. So kudos to him and thumbs up. You know, that was a product of years of work by myself and the local councillors, the community, and it was completely overhauled by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, who reversed a number of critical pieces of the plan and dramatically increased anticipated heights throughout the secondary plan area. So this application seeks to grant an exemption to the already increased height limits, if you can believe it. So the city had a plan, then the province usurped that, and now this is going above and beyond even what the province is saying. So that's how aggressive this is, to permit a building that's basically double what is anticipated for this site. So you see in the staff report that an official plan amendment would not be necessary to enact the requested exemption, and approving this application would set a very dangerous precedent for height exemptions in other character areas, a concern that the staff have clearly highlighted in this report before us. So the height is just one of the reasons. The site is also, as Councillor Cole just pointed out on the last application, the site is too small to support a tall building. There's not enough room for appropriate setbacks, the total lack of transition to the abutting neighborhood, not enough parking, one visitor space for 128 units. So this applicant is not even trying to achieve the intent of the secondary plan for this character area, which calls for mid-rise buildings and apartment towers with generous setbacks in transition to neighboring low-rise areas. So the proposal, quite frankly, as submitted, falls very short on all counts. And again, I want to thank staff for their thorough report, well thought out report, and I hope you'll support me in supporting staff's recommendations, which I'm moving at this time.
Okay, any other speakers on the item? Councillor Robinson is moving staff recs. No? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, can I ask about item 19? I just wanted to move those staff recs. Have we dealt with that? Did I was having Wi-Fi issues at the top, and so I'm just wondering if that was it's a heritage related item. I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's been held, I think, in my name.
Could I just move that? Could I just move staff recs on that? Because
Yeah,
I just want to make sure that gets through. It's
Okay,
been long anticipated.
so everybody, 2919 alterations to heritage property and authority to enter a heritage easement agreement, 2365 Bayview Avenue. Councillor Robinson is moving staff recommendations. I do not have any deputants listed on the item. So all those in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? That is carried.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. If the clerk has my deferral motion for item 21, I'd be happy to release that right now.
We do have it, and we will put it on the screen in one moment.
Okay, I know I mentioned it a couple of times, but the homeowner is unable to make today's meeting, so he has asked for deferral as a courtesy. I said I would move deferral. All right, all those in favor? There's no one opposed. Okay, so that's done. So, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, we're on item 17, traffic calming poll results, Ernest Avenue. I believe it's Councillor Carroll's award. And I don't have any deputants on the item, so we'll go to questions for staff. None? Okay. Speakers? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, if I speak to 2017 or 2917, I should say, most of what I say will hold for 2018. So in the interest of, we're extending the meeting as it is. Long story short, because this is a return. This was on the agenda a couple of months back. These are both items where work happened with the community. Some of it in the last political term, pre-election, happened, and then in the terms of the terms of meeting the polling requirement, as often happens, we'd see it more often if we were in the Toronto East York Community Council. As often happens, the polling first delivered a inadequate turnout, and so we got an inadequate turnout and also an inadequate vote. We went door knocking on the item 17 because we were surprised when we got the poll results back. Some of the people who had first called a community meeting asking for this traffic calming didn't even answer the poll. It turns out that there were language issues. They were confused about what the poll was, and so getting a poll result on this street is a difficult thing. But what is before you is the initial staff report that says they see them as warranted based on the traffic volume count and the speed monitoring. But the only thing missing is we're just shy of the poll results. We got a 46% return, so you can't achieve the exact number. Then when we decided to go back to talk to people, COVID arrived. And so there hasn't been a lot of interaction on it. But by and large, the community is still desperate to see some traffic calming here. What is before you is staff's initial drawing, in which they said that the situation here is so pronounced, it's become something of a Google shortcut. People use it to bypass getting on the 404 at Finch and barrel through the neighborhood to get to the Sheppard entrance. And what happened was they did a drawing with 10 speed humps on it, which may have also affected the poll results. Working with transportation staff today, they have recommended a modification where throughout the whole route there would be 6 speed humps, a more reasonable amount, and the speed reduction that is necessary. And all of that is contained in a motion that I'm going to have the clerks put up, so that while the poll results are still not exactly 51%, staff can't write a positive report. They were, in fact, very much collaborated with to come up with the recommendations that we have before you. And I'm willing to take the responsibility as a local councillor that this is very much wanted by the residents. There are just some real struggles about polling in this neighborhood with respect to culture, age, language, etc. So if clerks could put the recommendation on the alternate recommendations on the screen, what I'm moving is to authorize the installation of traffic calming in the form of speed humps on Ernest Avenue between Edmonton Drive and Victoria Park, despite the poll results. Direct the city, number 2 is directing the city solicitor to make the alterations to staff's original drawing to the new drawing of 6 humps, not 10. And finally, the speed limit reduction itself. And that should make this a much safer street, which is a street that is very much a walk to school route, currently dealing with high-speed shortcutting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there any questions for the mover? There's just the four of us left in the meeting. Okay. So are there any other speakers on the item? I would only say just very briefly that Councillor Carroll did call me about these matters. She made a compelling case on why we should approve them. I'm a firm believer of local democracy and listening to our local community. And I think some of the provisions to get these traffic calming strategies are just too draconian and too difficult to reach. So I will be supporting Councillor Carroll on this item because I think it's what's good for her community. So unless there's any other speakers, we can put it to a vote. Oh, there's Councillor Fillion. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve the speed humps? I'll go the polling. Those opposed? That carries. Item number 18, very similar. Pineway traffic calming poll results on Pineway Boulevard.
Yes, and this one again.
I do not.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't have any deputies listed on the item. Questions for staff? Speakers? I guess Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, again, this is a very similar situation. If this one is approved, this will make exactly in all of Don Valley North 2 streets with speed humps on them, no others. It's generally not necessary because Don Valley North, almost the entirety of it is very much a planned neighborhood dating back to the 60s, and the road networks work very well. However, in today's context, this is the second Google shortcut, not unlike Ernest. This is one where if there are incidents on highways, Google begins to direct you off the highway onto Don Mills Road and a lovely route that takes you down and down Pineway Boulevard to get you traversing on a diagonal through the neighborhood and over to Bayview and on into the center of town. And again, it's a street with a school on it. So when this became a part of my ward, the minute we started to knock on doors in this neighborhood, they were saying you have to do something about Pineway. So we went to work on this, and the polling for this one, which went out just before COVID, well, the fall before COVID, went out again, was just shy of the results because what we polled are all the side streets and emanating out, perhaps an overreach in terms of the area that should have been polled. In hindsight, that was Mr. Clement's view, but here, what we did to engage the residents was to bring in 880 cities to do a pilot demonstrating traffic calming measures. They made temporary physical decorative features to show where the traffic calming would go. And that project was a land office success. And that project took place 4 weeks before the lockdown. And so being able to go back and re-poll, knocking on doors and making sure that people would turn out, turned out not to be possible. While it was fresh in people's minds, we weren't even meeting. You'll recall we even suspended our meetings for a couple of months. And so again, this one sort of fell behind. Current transportation staff have looked at it, signed off on what my motion indicates are the best places to put the traffic calming to slow down the amount of shortcutting. This one is rather timely because there is a road resurfacing and repaving project going on Cummer Avenue, the major street at the north end of this section, which, as you know, always attracts even more shortcutting because you have a smoothly paved and wonderful road. And so what we hope to do is by adopting this is to establish traffic calming measures before this becomes a speedway in front of an elementary school. And time is of the essence in doing that. And so to go back and poll might delay it based on the way we move our community councils out beyond even our election pause. And so we hope to with your indulgence, adopt today and be able to consider this as part of the budget for 2022 or 23. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other speakers on the item? No. Okay. So you're moving a motion to approve.
Yes.
Okay. Put it on the screen.
Sorry, this is the clerk. Just to clarify, Councillor Carroll, are you moving the staff recommendations?
No, the amendment I submitted, the motion to authorize. Yeah.
Okay, we will put it on the screen then.
The motion to approve.
Sorry, I was trying to rush because of the lateness.
Okay. Motion's on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we're on to 2920. Application to remove a private tree, 37 Bentworth Avenue. I have two speakers on the item. Randy Ramadan.
Randy Ramadan speaking.
Oh, hi.
Randy Ramadan speaking.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me, councillors. I also have on the line with me my neighbor, Mr. Mancini at 37 Bentworth. Mr. Mancini, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. Due to technical issues, he wasn't able to join other than through me, so he's attended on the call. So thank you very much for your time. So my request, councillors, it's been a long day, and I thank you for your service. And I just want to say, as a new owner of the home at 37 Bentworth, I love the house. It's a big investment to me. And there are a lot of costs to repair what's being caused by this tree. I submitted to the city an arborist report, which clearly states that the tree is a tripping hazard. I can read specifically off of the report some of the issues that were highlighted. The owners of both 35 and 37 Bentworth, page 1 of the arborist report, condemned tree 1 to cause damage on their concrete pad pathways and the foundation due to the extensive root growth of tree 1. Concrete pads on the subject property were lifted, and the direction of the drainage is going down from the rear yard to the foundation. The foundation wall on the subject property had water issues in the basement and repaired from the inside. At 35 Bentworth, which is Mr. Mancini's property, the existing concrete pad on the west and south side of the dwelling were lifted and cracked by roots, now is a tripping hazard for an 82-year-old owner. The tree also drops needles and cones over the roof at 35 Bentworth, and regular cleaning to prevent the drainage blockage, which causes significant risk for fall of the 82-year-old owner. The tree is also the only and the tallest tree in the neighborhood and exposed to winds and storms. Blue spruce has shallow root systems and is susceptible to wind throw. The owners are also concerned the risk of lightning, as tree 1 is the tallest tree in the neighborhood and in close proximity to the dwelling and 2 properties. The owners wish to remove tree 1 due to the damages, so it is on my property and I would like to do so. And I love trees like anybody else, but this home is a really big investment. It poses a tripping risk to my elderly mother, who I'd like to have actually living in the home because of the shallow root system. I've submitted pictures to the clerk of those roots and the trees. I was wondering if anyone has had a chance to review those.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Yeah, I can see the tree in front of me, if that's what you're asking about. I do see the tree.
Because we sent a couple of pictures of the root system. So in the report, this arborist had mentioned these issues with regards to this tree. So I'm going to let Mr. Mancini speak. But again, just in summary, the falling risk of the tree, the tripping hazards of the residents, the foundation water penetration issues that will cost me 6 figures to actually fix, and the tripping hazard for my elderly mother. I'd like to have Mr. Mancini speak to this topic, please.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Mancini, please speak.
Okay. Now, my name is Gabriel Mancini. I live at 35 Bentworth on the east side of 37 Bentworth Avenue. I'm 83-year-old man, and I have a problem with the eaves troughs, all the pine cones on the west side of the roof there, and the downpipe. I have to go to clean it maybe every 10 to 15 days, and I am 83 years old, and I cannot do this anymore. Plus, I am on fixed income, I'm retired, so I cannot pay somebody to do this for me. That's number one. Number two, the tree's roots, they went underneath my cement patio, which they're about 5-6 inches in diameter, those roots, and lift up the cement there and affect about 200 square feet of the area, which I'm very afraid to walk there because sometimes I go and trap on those densely there, and I'm very. It will cost me maybe $7,000-8,000 to fix that cement patio there. Plus, on the side of the house there, even the walkway on the side, some of the slabs there were lifted up for the tree from the roots. And plus, the tree is about 60 feet tall, and when the wind is very strong, I'm very afraid because the oscillation sometimes gets about a 45 degrees angle, and I'm afraid that that's going to fall on my house. The tree, it's only 5 feet from my property. Anyway, I'm pretty sure maybe it went to the sewage. I don't know about that. I cannot prove that. But those big roots coming toward my house, I'm pretty sure they went down. So please, I really appreciate if you can allow the owner there to remove that tree. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, thank
Mancini.
you.
So,
Thank you, Mr.
to-
Ramadan, and thank you, Mr. Mancini.
Just to end my
Are there
presentation, can I
any
have
questions for the
10 more
deputant?
seconds?
I'm sorry?
Just to end off my presentation.
Your time is done.
Okay. Okay.
All right, maybe you can work in any comments if there's questions for the deputant. Are there any
Absolutely.
questions for the deputant? No?
Yes, sir. How may
Okay.
I help you?
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much for participating. Questions for staff?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to mention that the pictures that the deputant submitted, they are available to us. I just went all through them. Just for his own peace of mind, it is quite a file, and we are able to look at them all.
Okay. All right. Okay, any questions for staff? Any speakers? Okay. Oh, Councillor Cole, you're going to speak? Okay. What was it?
Question of staff?
Oh, question of staff. Okay. Question of staff. Go ahead, Councillor Cole.
Yes. As the applicants for the removal have mentioned, there's a serious problem with tripping and these roots basically protruding into the cement pad, etc. How severe is this tripping hazard, and does it give cause to remove a tree?
Mr. Chair, are you able to hear me? I'm using a new microphone today.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, the question of severity would be one for the owners or the deputant or the neighbor. We urban forestry staff have inspected the site, and there does appear to be some lifting of the concrete pads on possibly both properties. It's possible that those pads could be re-leveled without removing the tree. That would be a construction application. We would look at that under that context. It's also a consideration for us that simply removing the tree wouldn't fix any unevenness in the patio. Removing the tree itself wouldn't result in the patio immediately becoming level again. So if the application were looked at in a different light, we might have a different outcome. But those are things outside of a construction application. Things like the uneven nature of the patio aren't considered.
And what about the general health of the tree?
We don't find any defects, any substantial defects. There were some comments about risk or danger. We assess every tree and look at that prospect, and we don't think that there's any elevated risk or unreasonable risk of failure in this case.
And essentially, urban forestry primarily looks at the health of the tree and evaluates this request for removal based on the health of the tree. And this tree is very large and but healthy and stable, is it?
That's correct. Outside of construction, we generally only look at the health of the tree. There is a provision in the private tree bylaw that allows us to look at risk to foundations, but this tree is far enough from both of those that we would want some evidence or some documentation that the tree is actively causing damage to the one or both of the home's foundations. We haven't received that, and if it were submitted, we would consider it in good faith. But at the distance that the tree is located from both of the homes, without that additional information, that provision wouldn't be applied here. So yes, we look at the health of the tree first and only in a non-construction application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? No? Speakers? Councillor Cole?
Yeah, I would just like to give every opportunity to the homeowners to present as much evidence as they have. And if they can provide evidence that basically shows that there is a danger in terms of the foundation of the home, as the urban forestry staffer said. So I'd like to defer this until the possible March meeting of North Community Council, so that the homeowner can present some information if they have any to that effect, and they can contact urban forestry to see what information is required. So I want to give them that opportunity.
Okay, a deferral is being moved. Are there any other speakers on the item or speaking to deferral? No? Okay, let's put the deferral motion on the screen.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify with Councillor Cole, would this be a deferral to the February 23rd meeting or the April 20th meeting?
April 20th.
Okay, we will prepare that motion and put it on the screen.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2922 requirements for posting building permits. I know, Councillor Cole, this was important to you. You've read the report. Any questions for staff?
Yes, I have a question of staff.
Okay.
Thank you for this report. to staff. Given there's so many development applications, certainly I have in my ward. I know Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson. Well, everybody's got developments all over the place. Is it possible that these building permits could be made and displayed on a larger format so that local residents could see them?
Through the chair. In fact, in our current bylaws, only mandate the posting of an 8.5 by 11 copy of the building permit. In order to mandate or require applicants, builders to post something larger like an infill lot notice or a planning application notice, we would require further direction from council through a bylaw change.
So you mean to tell me that if you've got this, 10-story development, they just need 8.5 by 11. But if I do an infill application, I need a much larger bylaw, a much larger building permit thing. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct. The requirements for notification of an infill lot are enhanced above and beyond what the regulations are for a large residential project.
So therefore, we would have to have a bylaw change to, in essence, have the same requirement in terms of size, legibility, etc. So that requires a special Toronto City Council motion to basically allow people to read these building permits.
Through the chair to council, that would be my understanding. There would be a requirement to get legal opinion because this is legislated through provincial law, and we would obviously have to do consultations with the building industry in regards to the changes in the requirement.
Oy vey. I mean, all I'm asking for is something that people could read, and we have to consult and go to the province to basically make a building permit larger.
Through the chair to the council, to clarify, it's not that we would have to seek permission from the province to have an enhanced notification process, but being provincial law and being established through provincial law, we would obviously have to get a legal opinion as to our authority to do that. Similar in the fashion that we did for the infill lot. So I would assume that it is possible, but it's not simply a yes or no.
And then what about requesting a rendering on the site? I know we have a rendering when an application is there, but then once the hoarding goes up, the rezoning application, official plan amendment application, it's usually it goes down. So therefore, do we have to go through this whole process to ask for a simple rendering of what's being constructed on that site?
Through the chair, the requirements for posting of a building permit for the largers are limited to the building permit itself. Any increased notification to the public, including a rendering or a larger contact information, any kind of further details on a project would require us to amend the requirements for that type of posting.
And what's the penalty if the developers or the building owners do not put up a building permit on their hoarding, etc.? Is there any penalty?
There is a penalty. Ultimately, there is a set fine in regards to, I believe it's $1,000, but there is a fine that we can impose upon individuals that do not post the building permit order or permit copy of the building permit.
Has anybody ever been fined?
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor Cole.
Okay.
The developer or the builder will post the requirement of the 8.5 by 11 posters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for staff? So I can go to speakers now. Now the recommendation on here is moving receipt. Clearly you could, if you feel this is not a fulsome debate, you could move it up to council. And Councillor Cole, you can move any suggested amendments for staff to report back. if you consider this policy flawed. That being said, any speakers on the item? Councillor Cole?
Yes. Again, this is an issue I've raised because I've noticed there's an increasing pattern whereby developments go up. They start bringing in heavy machinery, the cranes go up, and I've noticed that there's no building permits displayed. So some of the homeowners came to me and said, why do I have to put up a building permit if I'm renovating my residence? Yet these big condo developers don't put up any building permits. So this is when I'm beginning to ask questions by why aren't there building permits being erected? We couldn't get any answers from the building department. We couldn't find out who's responsible. And I appreciate Mr. Shaw's report and contacting our office. And I think some of them now have put up their building permits a year later, but they've gone a whole year without any kind of building permit on their hoarding. Not to mention the other issues related to a construction site, like the dirt, the gravel, the trucks in and out, the noise. But this is something that I think we need to look at, and I'm going to ask that it will go to council, because what I want to recommend is that we, and especially in these days of COVID, when you can't see anything, because people aren't out and about as much. So we should at least have them have, God forbid, a 8.5 by 15 size, legal size building permit. Never mind the small little postage stamp size building permit on display on this big massive development. I'm sure it's not a matter of cost, but it's a matter of educating the public, informing the public that they do have a building permit and that they are being inspected. That's the other question that keeps coming up. Is anybody inspecting these sites? If there's no building permit displayed, how do I know they're being inspected? And that would be another interesting thing, but I don't want to get into that, about how much inspections take place and how many building inspectors go to these sites, given the incredible number of sites that are under construction in the city of Toronto. And as you know, we lead North America in the number of building cranes and construction applications and development. So, and then the other part of it is I want to find a way of getting the building application to at least conform to what is required for an infill development, with a simple rendering of what's going on in that major intersection of a city, of a neighborhood. So right now there's very little obligation to inform the local neighbors of what's going on, the display a building permit that's visible, and maybe a simple rendering so they know that what's going on here is a 10-story condo development or 5-story or 65-story, with a simple rendering that should be on that site. Because again, some of these development applications date back, as we heard, 2013. And so they had the building application sign up back in 2013. Now they start building now when they begin to get approval. So I just think we need better communication, because the public has a right to know what's going on in their neighborhoods. They have a right to know there's proper permits issued and that they're being inspected. So I'm going to move that this go forward to council, and I want to maybe propose a motion to better advertise building sites and their application, development application, so that people are made aware of what's going on in their community. So that's what I hope to do, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cole. I have sent a note to the clerk to prepare a motion to refer this to City Council without recommendation, and then any motions that you want to bring at that time. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the recommendation. I was going to say without recommendation. Okay, so it's recommending City Council receive this report for information. You, of course, at City Council can change that and move, instead of receipt, you can move your amendments and have staff to report back on any kind of changes that you would.
Thank you for your advice.
Okay. All right. So sending it up to City Council, recommending City Council receive the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I have a Thomas Clark Way extension. Councillor
Carroll.
Councillor Carroll, and I don't have, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have any deputants on this item.
Is correct.
Okay. Questions for staff?
To speak.
Okay, no questions for staff. Councillor Carroll to speak?
Yes. Actually, the reason that you don't have deputations today, Mr. Chair, is that my office endeavored to speak to the sort of leaders of the neighborhood that have been following this file and trying to get the answers and actions on this file. Well, at least since I became the councillor of this area. Thomas Clark Way is currently, for all intents and purposes, a driveway. There is an Amica residence with two very busy porte cocheres that are driving in and out, dropping people off. And it was always intended to become a road. It is the road that, if you can picture it, those of you who don't live in or around Don Valley North, I'm sure you can picture. This is the neighborhood just south of Bayview Village Mall. If you're driving by it on 404, it's those giant towers that look like the Chrysler Building or the Empire State Building. It's that tower block village. This is the last access area that will become a road within that tower block village. And it is taking its own sweet time getting completed. That is why I finally submitted an administrative inquiry at our last council session, because my staff have a very difficult time trying to track progress being made on this. And the reason there's a sense of urgency is on the south side of what will be Thomas Clark Way, when it is altered to meet our requirements for an actual road, are seniors residents, Amica buildings. So they're dedicated seniors residents of varying degrees of care. And so they have real needs for pickup and drop off and real needs for care and safety. On the north side of the road, there is one completed condominium where the residents really see themselves as residents of Reen Drive. That's the address of their building, but their side parking lot exit is exiting right out onto this driveway, which will become Thomas Clark Way, and they're treating it as a road. They're decidedly younger, and those that are car drivers in that area, it's a road already for them, except that at one point it's a real pinch point, and wheel-trans vehicles coming in, speedy cars speeding out. And there is an application at the west side of it that will add yet another condominium exit once that application is done. So trying to get to the bottom of whether or not planning and transportation are really talking to each other, those that are in charge of designing and building and completing capital projects called roads, and those that do planning, visioning and site plan approvals, are they talking to each other? I'm sure that you resemble this remark when I say from day to day, I'm not entirely sure. When I did my administrative inquiry, I did get more information than we've ever got definitively in being told that this road is now at 60% design. That should be good news. But the problem that I have with that is that ordinarily transportation makes a visit to a counselor's office and begins to look at community consultation when they're at 30% design. So imagine my surprise upon submitting my administrative inquiry to find out we're at 60% design. And I don't even know for sure how these two departments are talking to each other. They may be. Myself and my community feel like we're outside that conversation and we need to get inside. So what I'm asking my colleagues to support here is a motion. I have a motion requesting the Director of Community Planning to confirm that in fact that there is a communication about the application that is 589 Sheppard to 79 Barbary, and that it is actually being considered in the context of how we will complete Thomas Clark Way. And part two, I'm requesting that the Director of Project Design Management Transportation, the team that builds roads, report to us in Q2 of 2022 on how this has all transpired. And I'm asking that the report to us because I think we need to know in North York Community Council, as we, you know, we're absorbing a lot of development along the Sheppard subway, along these corridors that are now being intensified by provincial policy. And we need to know if the coordination between departments, between silos, is actually proceeding smoothly, so that we do get the neighborhoods we envision, the neighborhoods we assure communities as we approve developments will eventually materialize. So I'm asking, just so that this one doesn't sort of drop off our radar as we get to the end of a term of office, that they report back to us in Q2 of 2022, so that if it's completed design, we're able to make sure the process has been properly followed and that the community knows exactly what that design is. So if clerks would post that motion, I would very much appreciate your support.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other items, any other speakers on this item? Any questions for the mover? No? Okay. So if we put the motion back on the screen. And this originated with administrative inquiry, as was mentioned in the remarks. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, Councillor Fillion, I have item 28 still being held. Is that correct? It's a preliminary report?
Yes, it's a preliminary report that was left off the agenda, kind of an error. So I have no problem with putting it on so we can get the report out there and have the community consultation on a bad development. I might add another bad development.
Okay, well, yes. Okay, so fair enough. I don't know if we can put this on the screen. It's not really, I guess it's available in CMP. But it'd be ideal it's on the screen.
It is. It's on the screen, Mr. Chair. Just give us one moment. And while we put it on the screen, just as a reminder, there are still items outstanding on NY 26, 27, and 28.
Okay. Go down to the recommendations. Okay, there we go. We're just scheduling community consultation. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 25 is community standards for Committee of Adjustment in Bayview Village. Now that was held by Deputy Mayor Minute-Wong, who has left the meeting for the day.
I can defer it till next month if you think he has an interest in it. It's a process we'd like planning to go through with a community group, but they'd be prepared to wait for a month if he wants me to explain it.
Okay, so why don't we do that? So item 2925, community standards for Committee of Adjustment, Bayview Village.
Yeah, I'll defer it to February by motion, and I'll endeavor to meet with Councillor Minute-Wong in the interim.
Okay, so deferral is on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 26, I guess we're going backwards here. Item 26 is a review of a parking study. 699 Sheppard Avenue East. Any questions for staff? Speakers, it's Councillor Carroll.
Yes, this is a very quick one, Mr. Chair. We met with staff to ask them to do this, and they simply need council direction to do so. 699 Sheppard Avenue East was approved a few months ago, but at the last minute, what we discovered was that there is some concern. It's very similar to the item on Bayview we talked about earlier today. What we discovered is there may be a loss of greenery and tall cedars buffer between residential neighborhood behind the building and this, but it turned out that if they're being sacrificed, it's only because of a kind of outdated parking requirement. And staff are willing with this direction to take a look at the parking requirements and if it's possible to resolve this issue in time for providing a notice of approval of conditions to proceed with construction. They just need our direction to reopen simply to look at that parking.
All righty. Any other speakers on the item? Okay, the motion, I see it, but I don't see it on the screen. It's requesting a parking study. So all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And
my last one, I'm your nuisance this month.
yeah, so yes, you are correct. 2927 Sheppard Avenue East review next steps.
Yes.
Questions for staff or speakers?
So, Mr. Chair, this the motion is contained in the new item, and the motion, while it's a councillor motion, this was developed with staff, and it's based on a visit staff paid me. Councillors may remember that we were left with a dilemma by former Councillor Shiner. On his way out the door in his last meeting, he moved a motion that was somewhat unique. We've opened and reviewed secondary plans with respect to amending them before, but what Councillor Shiner moved, he did not want to really open the secondary plan and leave the neighborhood vulnerable to developments that could completely and entirely ignore the secondary plan, but he did recognize that developments that had gone through really may lead to a review. There may be a need to a review. And so what he moved was that planning staff review the policies contained within the secondary plan. And so it's not a normal procedure. Staff actually did find a way to do that. They even added a community consultation to doing this. We had a meeting where we were looking at a couple of development applications, and they used that meeting to gather community and show them these are some of the things we think we may need to review here. So here's what's happened. Rather than report back with that review of the policies, what has come to light, which I think probably Councillor Shiner could see coming, what has come to light is we really do need to look at a review of this secondary plan. And so staff have helped comprise a motion that gives them next steps to begin that process. There are a number of active applications on this stretch of Sheppard Avenue, but they do want to begin the process. Infrastructure issues have emerged, possible changes to height guidelines, rather than just saying that building next door got this, so I want that. As Councillor Fillion called it earlier, a stretch can turn into the wild, wild west. I would call it the wild, wild east, which is what is happening for us now. And so staff would like us to move this set of directions, which is a way of communicating by council direction that they have gone through the steps as a staff internal process of Councillor Shiner's motion, but they believe that they need to proceed with the next steps that are outlined in 3, 4, and 5 of this motion. And they would report back to us on commencing with community consultation and report back to us in 2022, so that we leave this term knowing that work is proceeding apace. And the motion is contained. Councillors can read it in the item. And as I've said, the community leaders in this neighborhood, BSNA, BVA, etc., have been. We've shared this motion with them. This gives them comfort that the review will happen.
Great, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Shiner is in a secure, undisclosed location in Collingwood, apparently doing well.
Yes.
But his memory lingers on. Okay. Are
Well,
there any other...
his instincts were that what has developed so far is his instincts were correct. We do need to do this. Yeah.
Whenever I had a problem in my ward, I turned to him, who sat beside me in council. I said, "David, can you fix this?"
Me too. I used to do that all the time. It worked wonders.
And he did. Oh my gosh. Okay. So any other speakers on this item?
I was being sarcastic, of course.
I figured that. Okay. So Sheppard Avenue East review, next steps. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, I think that's the last item, and we can now do the confirming bills.
Yes, we will display them on the screen momentarily. First, the general bills.
Councillor Cole, would you like to handle this one? Councillor Cole? Councillor Carroll.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll move the confirming bills to Councillor Cole.
It's on the screen.
Got to read it aloud.
Yeah, if I can read it. Yeah. The North York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills. Oh, geez, I just lost it. As bills 5 to 9 and 15 prepared for the January 6th, 22 meeting 29 of the Community Council. I so move.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Carroll, would you move the
Yes, that the North
confirming
York
bill?
Community Council pass and declare its bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the North York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 29 on January 6, 2022.
Great, thank you very much.
The
All
day
those in
that shall
favor?
live in infamy.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Well, that concludes our business for today. I'd like to thank councillors and of course IT, and I think Julie did a commendable job. I think this is her first meeting as lead clerk.
Yes, thanks, Julie. Long time no see.
Yeah, so she did a wonderful job. Had obviously great training from Carly. So once again, Happy New Year, everybody, city staff and all. Be safe, and we'll see you soon.
And keep virtual forever, it seems.